Hey guys, good morning to everyone. So, uh, my voice is audible and the presentation, the PDF file is visible to you so that we can start the session. Just confirm me once that the PDF file is visible and my voice is audible, everything is okay. Yes, sir. So, we are going to start our discussion on important judgments under GST. Okay, so today I am going to read the language of law and also I will try to explain the things from examples. Okay, and if you want discussion on any specific judgment, okay, then you can comment the same in the WhatsApp group so that I can prepare, I can make a small video on that judgment and then share the same with all of you in the WhatsApp group. Okay, or in between the session, if you have any query, you are free to raise the queries, you are free to raise the queries in the WhatsApp group or in the chat box provided. Just a second. Okay, so if you have any query, you are free to raise the queries in the chat box. Okay, so just okay. So now I am going to take the first query. You just need to go to the page number 115. Okay, case study number 101. NPay Transformer Components India Private Limited. The decision is pronounced by double AR Authority Gujarat. Okay, we are also going to discuss on certain other case studies. Okay, that is 66 to 200 in our due course. Okay, now I am going to start the case study number 101, a very important case study at all. Okay, the decision in this case study is provided by double AR Authority Gujarat. Sir, this is the brief part is about the conclusion and the discussion. Matter is complete matter, what in that particular case, and when you are going to read the held is related to that what is the conclusion pronounced by the particular authority. Okay, sir. So now NPay Transformer Components India Private Limited, we are going to start our discussion on that particular case study. Also I am going to discuss on the provision related to law with that case study. So now Indian company is liable to pay GST on reverse charge basis for the amount paid as interest to holding foreign company on late payment of invoices of imported goods, and rate of GST will be same as rate of IGST leviable on imported goods. Sir, what do you mean by it? suppose I am going to import certain things from outside India. Okay, that is import means I am going to buy certain things from outside India. और जब मैं outside India से उसे buy कर रहा हूँ, I am going to buy from outside India, I need to make the payment. Okay, and if I am not going to make the payment, in that case I need to pay the interest on that. Okay, counterparty is charged from me interest. So in that particular case, what is happen? Applicant has imported certain goods. Okay, and as per the terms he need to make the payment within 180 days, and he is not going to make the payment within the given time. So there is an implication of interest. Okay, so in that case he need to pay the amount, add interest. Sir, in that case, we all know very well that in case of import, we need to pay the tax under reverse charge basis. Okay. And we are going to claim the input tax credit for that tax which I am going to pay under reverse charge mechanism. So in that case, जो amount मैं उसको import के लिए pay करने जा रहा हूँ, the amount on for which I am going to make the payment, उस अमाउंट के साथ जो इंटरेस्ट वाला पार्ट इन्वॉल्व है, आई नीड टू पे टैक्स ऑन रिवर्स चार्ज बेसिस ऑन दैट इंटरेस्ट ऑल्सो. Okay, because this is the part of my transaction value as per section 15 subsection 1 of CGST Act. Sir, you got my point. This is the first case study and a very relevant case study. If you are going to make the import and if you are not making the payment within the given time, in that case, if interest is charged by the counterparty, in that case your transaction value will be your value of goods plus your interest wala part, and you need to pay IGST under reverse charge mechanism on the complete amount. Okay, sir. So that is what is the case study, and the decision is pronounced by AAR authority Gujarat. Sir, first case study is okay? Just confirm me that first case study is okay. Case study number 2, Euroflex Transmissions India Private Limited, AAR Authority Telangana. Sir, these case studies are very much relevant because when you are going to draft the reply, in that case, you may and you should, you must report these type of case studies while drafting the reply to the departmental authority or at the time of litigation. Or if you are a departmental authority, then also you need to take care of these case studies, because you need to take reference of various case studies while deciding the cases of the assessee and taxpayers. Okay, sir. So now the second case study we have is Euroflex Transmissions India Private Limited, AAR Authority Telangana has provided his decision in that particular case. Sir, I am going to discuss the brief part. Then after I am taking the example and explaining the case study. So it will be more convenient for you also, because we got the idea how we are going to read the language. Now, registration is not separately required in a state in which goods are imported when such goods are subsequently supplied or sold from custom warehouse after clearance. Registration already obtained in different state is sufficient. Sir, what do you mean by it? Sir, just I am going to read the second point of this part also, and then after we are going to take. So, second part also we need to discuss. Input tax credit is available on IGST paid on goods imported even if goods are not brought to importers own premises but further supplied and sold directly from custom warehouse. Sir, I am going to take the example, and by that example I am going to explain the situation. Okay, in that particular case, suppose I am registered under Rajasthan. Okay, I am registered under Rajasthan and I am doing the business of wooden products. In that case, I am importing certain products. Okay, and that product has come to the custom warehouse of Kandla Port, which is in Gandhidham. कांडला पोर्ट गांधीधाम के अंदर वो वाला गुड्स वहां पर अराइव होता है, एंड आई एम रजिस्टर्ड अंडर राजस्थान, आई एम नॉट रजिस्टर्ड अंडर गुजरात, आई एम जस्ट रजिस्टर्ड अंडर राजस्थान, एंड आई एम importing that particular product outside India, and the product is arrived at the Kandla airport, Gandhidham. Okay, and from that place I am directly going to sell that particular product, although I am not registered under Rajasthan. So in that case, the same should be treated as import, and after that import, I am going to sell that particular product as a domestic. Okay, in that particular case, what will happen? I need to pay the IGST because I had done the import, and I can claim the input tax credit also of that particular tax on for which I am going to pay the reverse charge mechanism. That means, sir, conclusively, I can say if I am going to make the import, I am registered under Rajasthan, my product is at Gujarat. And if I am selling that product from custom warehouse to directly to the domestic sales, then there is no relevance of registration as per the AAR authority. There are no requirement to register myself at Gandhidham. That is in Gujarat. This is just an example. You can change the situations. Okay. So this is also an important case study. Suppose I am in Rajasthan and my goods at custom warehouse. Okay, and I am selling directly from that particular place. In that case, if departmental authority says, "Sir, you are not registered under Gujarat, how you can sell that product from Gujarat?" So this decision pronounced by the AAR authority is very much relevant for us, and also on that particular import I need to pay the tax under reverse charge mechanism, that is IGST, and I am eligible to claim the input tax credit for the same. That is what is the case study. 2 points, AAR authority is cleared. Okay, sir. AAR authority Telangana has pronounced this decision. This is also a very much important judgment for us. Now, Balakrishna Industries, case study number 3. Sir, what is the brief matter? Where applicant is manufacturer of tires and it exports almost 85% of production to various countries, and it imports various raw material under advance authorization scheme, in which custom duty is exempted in terms of notification number 18/2015 custom dated 1/4/2015, and additional duty on custom anti-dumping duty are also exempted. It is opting to pay IGST on imports but avail exemption on other applicable custom duties in terms of notification number 79/2017 dated 13/10/2017, availing exemption notification 79 additional duty anti-dumping duty but opting to pay integrated tax on import of goods under advance authorization would tantamount to availing benefit of exemption under notification number this and this, and consequently applicant is not allowed to export goods on payment of integrated goods and services tax and claim refund thereof under the rule 9610. Sir, what do you mean by this? Sir, I am going to import a specific product, okay, on which there is an exemption notification regarding custom duty. There is no custom duty will be applicable on that particular product. Okay, notifications are there. You just need to go to the CBIC website and download the notification. If the particular product is covered under that notification, in that case, there is no any other duty will be charged on that particular import. That means in that particular case, you just need to pay your in IGST tax, and you need to claim the input tax credit on that particular case. So in this example, we can take that one is going to import a specified product on which there is no custom duty, no anti-dumping duty, no additional duty, just IGST is charged. Okay, and on that particular IGST, I am also going to claim the input tax credit under reverse charge mechanism. So in that case, this is allowed. And if you are going to do that raw material, you are going to use that raw material in the manufacturing of your final product, and you are going to sell that final product as export. In that case, on that accumulated input tax credit balance, you are not eligible to claim the refund, because here under RCM you are going to pay the cash and you are claiming the ITC on account of import, and you are using that particular product as a raw material for the manufacturing of final product, and you are going to sell that final product as an export. In that case, you are not eligible to claim the refund under section 54. Sir, is that okay? Case study थोड़ा सा typical था, so I had modified the language and provide the easy language to you. Sir, three case studies we had done, completed. Sir, are you okay with these three case studies? Just comment in the chat box that these case studies are okay for you. Now, sir, case study number 4. अगर आपको कहीं पर भी लगे कि कोई स्टडी हमको समझ नहीं आई है, वी आर नॉट गेटिंग द पॉइंट, देन इन दैट केस यू जस्ट नीड टू कमेंट इन द चैट बॉक्स. आई एम रेडी टू रिपीट दैट पर्टिकुलर केस स्टडी. आई एम रेडी टू टेक other example for explaining that particular case study, but this is my assurance to you, after that example, when you are going to discuss that particular matter, when you are going to read that particular matter, in that case you found you had done each and everything. Okay, so sir, BMW India Private Limited decision is pronounced by AAR Authority Haryana in that particular case. Sir, what is the matter? Where applicant, a supplier of car and bike, organize marketing and sales promotion event, and attendees are provided free of cost goods procured and supplied by applicant during promotion and marketing event qualifies being used in the course or furtherance of business, since item distributed in promotional event, sir, as a gift. So in that case, applicant is ineligible to avail the benefit of input tax credit in that case. यहाँ पे क्या हुआ? BMW India Private Limited is a automotive company. We all know this fact. Okay, and for sales promotion, for achieving the target, they are going to boost the sales. They are run certain program, and in that particular program, they are going to provide certain free product or free goods. Okay, and they are saying that we are using that particular sales promotion drive in the course or furtherance of business. Okay, and for the sales promotion and for enhancement of business, so the ITC will be allowed in that particular case. Okay, this is the question. उन्होंने डबल आर अथॉरिटी के सामने ये वाला क्वेश्चन रखा. They presented the case in front of double AR authority Haryana, and double AR authority Haryana has said that you are not eligible because this is a sales promotion activities, and are you not going to pay any type of output tax on that particular supply, hence you are not eligible to claim the input tax credit. So this is the fundamental. If any company is going to provide anything as a free gift, as a free sample for sales promotion, input tax credit on that part is not allowed. Okay, yes, if they are going to pay the output tax on that particular, then they can claim the input tax credit. That is what is the decision which is pronounced by double AR authority Haryana in case of BMW India Private Limited. Most probably, is that okay regarding sales promotion? Nothing important. But when we are going to check the files of our particular client, when we are going to check the files of our particular client, or at the time of GSTR 9 and 9C, we need to check that there is no any sales promotion expenditure, and if any promotion expenditure is there, in that case we need to check that the input tax credit on account of that sales promotion expenditure has already been reversed by that particular applicant. Okay, sir. Next case study number 5. डोलेरा इंडस्ट्रीज सिटी डेवलपमेंट प्रोजेक्ट लिमिटेड डबल AR अथॉरिटी के सामने क्वेश्चन था, गुजरात डबल AR अथॉरिटी. Question is that applicant constituted by a participation share of 51% of state government and 49% of central government being fully constituted by share of government is covered under definition of governmental entity and hence can claim benefit available to governmental entity. So first question, second point, 4 points are there. So one to one we are going to discuss. Dolera Industrial City Development Project Limited is an entity in which 51% is the is of state government and 49% is of central government. That is 100% is owned by the government of India. In that case, we can say that this particular entity is a governmental entity. So this is the question in front of AAR authority Gujarat, that this type of entity in which 51% is of state government and 49% is of central government is to be constituted as governmental entity or not. So double AR authority has provided that in that particular entity the same should be considered as your governmental entity. First question ka reply we had done. Second point, eligibility of input tax credit in case of applicant a special purpose vehicle, that is SPV, formed by Government of Gujarat along with Government of India, having awarded engineering procurement construction contract for development of Dholera Industrial City, can only be decided after ensuring that further supply of works contract service is made by the applicant on case to case basis. Okay, suppose there is any subcontract. Okay, in that case, if that subcontract is directly from that particular governmental entity, in that case you can avail the benefits of TDS deduction and all that. And if there is a subcontract, in that case there is no benefit will be available in that particular case. Third point, amount recovered from contractors on account of breach of conditions specified in contract is to be consideration, and accordingly transaction will be liable to GST. Sir, we all know that if there is any non-performance of duty, suppose government has provided one construction contract to a particular contractor, इन दैट केस अगर वो कॉन्ट्रैक्टर यहाँ पर उसकी ड्यूटीज परफॉर्मेंस नहीं करता है, इफ द कॉन्ट्रैक्टर इज नॉट गोइंग टू perform the duties specified in the work order, in that case there is a penal provision. Okay, the government entity is going to impose certain penalty that is due to non-performance of actions, so on that particular GST should be paid. Okay, so we need to consider these fact, and we all know this fact already. Next, sir, liquidated damages. If government is getting any type of liquidated damages in that particular case, or if I am talking from other point of view, in that case, if anyone who is registered under GST and getting the liquidated damages and non-performance duty damages, in that case GST should be charged. So the sir, in this particular case, first question was that 51% of state government, 49% of central government is to be considered as governmental entity. Yes, considered as governmental entity. If governmental entity is directly providing that particular contractor to contractor, in that case, all the benefits are allowed. Third question was there is a breach of contract or non-performance of duties. In that case, whatever amount they will get due to that non-performance, that will be subject to GST. That is what is we had discussed in that particular case study pronounced by double AR authority Gujarat. Okay, sir. So government point say this judgment is also very much relevant for us. Third point. Next case study number 6. Bodal Chemicals Limited versus Union of India. Sir, where applicant chemical manufacturing company failed to upload form GSTR 6 due to error in GSTN, as a result of which ISD balance, input service distributor balance, was not added or included in the balance of ISD credit in form GSTR 6 return. Respondents revenue should allow applicant to manually furnish GSTR 6 return with detail of ISD. In that particular case, Bodal Chemicals Limited has various branches all over the India. Okay, and for transferring the input tax credit, they need to take the registration as an input service distributor. They had already take that particular registration, but they need to transfer the input tax credit as a ISD to their respective branches at the time of implementation of GST, that is 1st July 2017. I am talking from that particular point, for that particular point of time. At that time, multiple glitches was there. Due to that, the applicant is not able to file the GSTR 6, that is for transferring the input tax credit to various branches, input service distributor. So in that case, Union of India, Honorable High Court has provided the decision that in particular case, the manual filing of GSTR 6 should be allowed, and timeline expire भी हो गई है, फिर भी यहाँ पर उसको GSTR 6 को फाइल करने की फैसिलिटी मिलनी चाहिए, because there was certain technical glitches, and due to those technical glitches applicant was not able to file the GSTR 6. So manual filing of GSTR 6 should be provided to the particular entity, particular applicant. That is what is the important judgment for us. Sir, यहां पर ये वाला जजमेंट GSTR 6 के लिए आया, I can use that particular judgment for any type of technical glitches. So I am just again and again saying, when you are going to read around 100 case studies, in that case you got that point, that in each and every situation, which is the best case study you are going to imply in your practical cases. Okay sir, so this is a case study which is related to technical glitches. If there is any technical glitches, you can refer to these type of case studies. But before moving ahead, this is my suggestion, this is my humble request to you. If there is any technical glitches, in that case you just need to take the screenshot of that technical glitches, raise the grievance on the GSTN portal, and also communicate the same with your jurisdictional officer, so that at the time of litigation you can easily convey your things, you can easily prove the things. Okay sir, so this is also an important case study from litigation point of view. Next, case study number 7, GACL Nalco Chemical Private Limited Double AR Authority Gujarat has provided its decision in that particular case, where leaseholder of a piece of land agrees to surrender and relinquish his right in leasehold land in favor of applicant to further applicant's business, and invoices applicant for amount of consideration plus GST for act of agreeing to surrender his leasehold right. GST amount borne by applicant on subject service received is blocked credit ineligible for availment. Sir, थोड़ा सा टिपिकल केस स्टडी है, सो आई जस्ट वांट दैट वी आर गोइंग टू रीड द मैटर आल्सो इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस रिगार्डिंग ब्लॉक्ड क्रेडिट, बिकॉज वी ऑल नो दैट इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट इज द हार्ट ऑफ जीएसटी. मैक्सिमम ऑफ द लिटिगेशंस आर रिलेटेड टू इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट ओनली. सो जैसे इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट आता है ना, मैं थोड़ा सा ज्यादा कॉन्शियस हो जाता हूँ. ओके, सो ब्लॉक्ड क्रेडिट, GST on surrender of right in leasehold property. Applicant is developing a project for Soda 1G, who owns a leasehold land and agreed to surrender his right in leasehold land in favor of the applicant to further its Soda project. G invoiced the applicant for amount of consideration plus GST for act of agreeing to surrender his leasehold right of land in favor of applicant, whether input tax credit is allowed or not. Suppose there is a leasehold land in Jodhpur, Rajasthan. Okay, there is a leasehold land in Jodhpur, Rajasthan. Okay, and we are planning to implement, we are planning to organize, we can say that हम लोग एक plant वहां पर organize करने का सोच रहे हैं. We are planning to implement one plant and that place. Okay, so that particular purpose is leasehold land is big and we are 6 partners. Okay, मैं मैं अपना हिस्सा वहां से त्याग देता हूं. आई एम सेइंग दैट आई एम सेक्रीफाइसिंग, आई एम गिविंग दैट पर्टिकुलर पीस ऑफ दैट लैंड फॉर द यूज ऑफ दैट पर्टिकुलर प्रोजेक्ट, एंड फॉर दैट पर्पज कंपनी इज गोइंग टू पे मी अ अमाउंट. Okay, and I need to pay GST on that amount because I am getting the figure on leasehold. Okay, so in that case, क्या इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट कंपनी को मिल जाएगी? बिकॉज इंडिविजुअली आई एम ऑल्सो रजिस्टर्ड अंडर जीएसटी. ओके, सो अगर मुझे कोई अमाउंट आ रहा है वहां पर, तो मुझे उस पर जीएसटी पे करना पड़ेगा. तो क्या काउंटर पार्टी दैट इज कंपनी को उसकी इनपुट मिल जाएगी क्या? तो यहां पर डिसीजन आया, डिसीजन इज प्रोनाउंस्ड बाय डबल AR अथॉरिटी गुजरात that input tax credit in that particular case is not allowed it because this is a piece of land only. Okay sir, जब ये operating हो जाएगा, when this will be become operating, in that case you can claim the input tax credit. But now the input tax credit is related to on account of land only, so there is no availability of input tax credit on account of land. Okay sir, so very common thing, when you are going to transfer land and there is any GST part on that particular land, in that case you are not going to claim the input tax credit on account of that GST. Now next case study number 8, Deepak Print versus Union of India, where applicant proprietary concern engaged in business of dress material etc had wrongly uploaded entries in GSTR 3B for May 2019, it was be permitted to rectify form GSTR 3B in respect of relevant period as rectification was imperative. That means यहां पर क्या हुआ था, GSTR 1 उसने गलत फाइल कर दिया, the applicant has wrongly filed the GSTR 1 and due to that wrong input tax rate is reflected in GSTR 2A and according to that GSTR 3B has wrongly filed. In that case गुजरात हाईकोर्ट ने ये बोला कि यहाँ पर मिस्टेक हुई है, सो गुजरात हाईकोर्ट ने यहाँ पर परमिट किया कि उस GSTR 3B का रेक्टिफिकेशन होना चाहिए. सो गुजरात हाईकोर्ट हैज given direction to the GSTN portal to open that particular form for rectification and Gujarat High Court has provided that GSTR 3B should be rectified. So we can say जितने भी डिसीजन आए हैं गुजरात हाई कोर्ट के वो सारे के सारे इन फेवर आए हैं GSTR 1 और 3B को अमेंड करने के लिए. सो जब भी क्वेश्चन रेज होता है कि सर देयर इज अ रॉन्ग फाइलिंग ऑफ GSTR 3B एंड वी वांट टू अमेंड दिस, ऑल्दो नाउ देयर इज पॉसिबिलिटी दैट वी कैन rectify the figures or we can adjust the figure till the timeline as per section 16 subsection 4, that is 30th November or annual return की due date whichever is earlier. But suppose वो टाइमलाइन भी निकल गई, उसके बाद इफ यू वांट टू अमेंड योर GSTR 3B रिटर्न, इन दैट केस यू नीड टू टेक रेफरेंस ऑफ द गुजरात हाई कोर्ट डिसीजंस. There are multiple number of decisions available. This is the most important judgments in case of the Deepak Print versus Union of India pronounced by the Gujarat High Court. In that particular case, the Gujarat High Court has provided that you can amend your GSTR 3B return, you can rectify your GSTR 3B return, but for that purpose you need to go to the High Court. ओके और वहां पर आपको रिट पिटिशन फाइल करनी पड़ेगी. अपील में वहां पर आप कुछ भी नहीं मिलने वाला है. यू नीड टू फाइल अ रिट पिटिशन एंड हाई कोर्ट उस मामले में अगर आप ये कुछ केस स्टडीज और फैक्ट को प्रेजेंट करते हो, इन दैट केस देयर इज चांसेस दैट यू गॉट द चांस टू रेक्टिफाई योर GSTR 3B रिटर्न इफ द अमाउंट इन्वॉल्व्ड इज वेरी ह्यूज. ओके सो sir, 8 case studies we had done. All case studies are okay for you or not? Just comment in the chat box. I require your comments that you are getting my points and case studies are easily understandable for you. Because जब आप लोग ये कोई भी केस स्टडी यू जस्ट नीड टू गो टू वेबसाइट एंड यू जस्ट नीड टू डाउनलोड यू. जब आप देखोगे उसको तो यू विल गेट 40 पेजेस डिसीजन. ओके 40 पेज का एक डिसीजन होगा, 40 to 50 पेज का एक डिसीजन होगा, उसको समराइज किया है. सो आई जस्ट वांट दैट एवरीथिंग इज ओके फॉर यू एंड दिस इज हेल्पफुल फॉर यू. Now, next case study number 9, SKP, Pharmachem versus Union of India. This is also a Gujarat High Court decision. So we can say that भी Gujarat High Court decision देता है. This is favor of an assessee. ऐसा नहीं है. कई बार फैक्ट्स को प्रेजेंट करने का तरीका अलग होता है, सामने वाले का समझने का तरीका अलग होता है. आई एम ऑलवेज सेइंग दैट the judgment, the decision is completely based on grounds which you are going to present in front of the departmental authority, in front of the judges. Okay sir. So now taxpayer cannot be denied cancellation of registration under composition scheme with retrospective effect merely on ground that portal lacks such functionality. Department should fix glitches in GST portal and allow such cancellation. Sir, in that particular case study, suppose I am registered under composition taxable person, okay, under composition scheme, and at that time when I was registered under composition scheme I was not eligible to claim any type of input tax credit. Now suppose I am eligible to and I want to register myself as a regular taxpayer. Okay, so for that purpose I need to apply to the departmental authority that sir I want the regular registration. In that particular case I need to file a form and I need to file form GST ITC 01 and through that I can claim the input tax credit which is in my hand on account of input and capital goods, all that. Okay sir. Now in that particular case due to certain technical glitches वो बंदा वहां पर GST ITC 01 फाइल नहीं कर पाया. सो यहाँ पर डिपार्टमेंट ने ये बोला कि आप रेट्रोस्पेक्टिव बेसिस पे रेगुलर नहीं होगे बिकॉज आपने कॉम्पोजिशन स्कीम भले ही आपका टर्नओवर बाहर निकल गया हो या आपने फॉर्म फिल कर दिया हो बट वो एक्सेप्ट नहीं हुआ ड्यू टू टेक्निकल ग्लिचेस. सो यू आर नॉट एलिजिबल टू रजिस्टर एज अ रेगुलर पर्सन एंड फॉर दैट पर्पस यू आर ऑल्सो नॉट गोइंग टू क्लेम द इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट ऑन रेट्रोस्पेक्टिव बेसिस, दैट इज फ्रॉम द डेट ऑन विच यू आर लाइबल टू रजिस्टर एज अ रेगुलर पर्सन. In that case, Gujarat High Court has provided that he wants to file that form, but he is not able to file that particular form due to technical glitches on the GSTN portal. एंड उसकी टेक्निकल ग्लिचेस की सजा आप उसको नहीं दे सकते हो। हेंस यहां पर गुजरात हाईकोर्ट ने ये वाला डिसीजन दिया, डिपार्टमेंट को ये वाला इंस्ट्रक्शन दिया। गुजरात हाईकोर्ट हैज इंस्ट्रक्टेड टू द जीएसटीएन अथॉरिटी, जीएसटीएन टेक्निकल टीम टू ओपन दैट पर्टिकुलर फॉर्म एंड प्रोवाइड द अपॉर्चुनिटी टू दैट पर्टिकुलर एप्लीकेंट, पर्टिकुलर असेसी टू फाइल द a regular scheme form, that is ITC 01, and also claim the input tax credit on retrospective basis, that is the date on which he is liable for regular taxable person. That is what is the complete case study, and in which also Gujarat High Court has provided a decision in favor of the assessee. Okay, sir. So this is also an important judgments in case of technical glitches. Now, case study number 10, iTech Plast India Limited AAR Authority Gujarat has provided a decision. Plastic toys manufactured supplied by applicant where essentially plastic is the main component is classifiable under heading and taxable at the rate of 12% of GST. Next, financial year to which a debit note percent is financial year in which original invoice was issued, hence applicant cannot claim input tax credit in relation to CGST, SGST separately in debit note issued by supplier in current financial year, that is 2021, towards the transaction period of 1819. Sir, what is the case study involved? In that particular case, the applicant is involved under the manufacturing of plastic toys. ओके और वो कंफ्यूज है, ही इज कंफ्यूज दैट आई नीड टू चार्ज जीएसटी एट द रेट ऑफ द प्लास्टिक टॉयज रेट और द प्लास्टिक रेट, बिकॉज देर आर सर्टेन प्लास्टिक टॉयज, स्पेसिफिक प्लास्टिक टॉयज आर अवेलेबल ऑन विच द रेट ऑफ जीएसटी विल बी 18%. ओके, तो वो कंफ्यूज है कि जो रेट ऑफ जीएसटी होगी दैट विल बी 18% और 12%. तो he has raised the question in front of the AAR authority, and in that particular case, after analyzing the situation, AAR authority has said that you are doing the manufacturing of plastic toys from the plastic. Okay, hence your main component, your principal component is your plastic. Due to that plastic, you are going to manufacture the toys. So in that case, you need to pay the GST at the rate of 12%. That is the rate which is applicable on the plastic toys. So first question was that what is the rate of GST? So AAR authority pronounced that rate of GST will be as per the rate of your principal component, that is the plastic part. Second question was that, sir, there are certain debit or credit notes available. The case study is related to financial year 2021 and the debit and credit note related to 18 and 19. Can I adjust the input tax credit or can I reduce my output tax liability? This is also a law related question. We all know that if there is any supply related to a particular financial year, in that case for amendment for rectification, the maximum timeline as per section 16 subsection 4 is the succeeding period का जो financial year है उसका 30th November और annual return की filing की date whichever is earlier, that will be the last time you are going to issue the debit note or credit note related to that particular financial year now. So in that particular case, the debit note is directly linked to that invoice. Hence, the maximum timeline for issuing the debit and credit note related to a particular financial year is the 30th November or due date or filing date of annual return, whichever is earlier. So in that particular case, your debit credit note was related to 1819. So in that case, the maximum timeline which is available is your 31st December 2019. So यहाँ पर AAR authority ने डिसीजन दिया कि आप उस फाइनेंशियल ईयर के डेबिट क्रेडिट नोट को यहाँ पर फाइनेंशियल ईयर 2021 के अंदर आकर के एडजस्ट नहीं कर सकते हो. यू आर नॉट एलिजिबल टू एडजस्ट दैट डेबिट एंड क्रेडिट नोट इन द फाइनेंशियल ईयर 2021 रिलेटेड टू 1819 बिकॉज द मैक्सिमम टाइमलाइन एज पर सेक्शन 16 सबसेक्शन 4 इज 31st December 2002. Okay, sir. So this is also an important case study from deciding of rate and from the maximum timeline to adjustment on debit और credit note. कई बार हम लोग ऐसे डेबिट क्रेडिट नोट आ जाते हैं जो 3 साल पुराने 4 साल पुराने हैं इन GSTR1. एज अ चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट, एज अ प्रोफेशनल, वी आर डूइंग दैट, डाल दो हो जाएगा, बट दिस इज नॉट इन द राइट प्रैक्टिसेस. वी नीड टू अवॉइड द सेम. क्रेडिट डेबिट नोट उस फाइनेंशियल ईयर का होने से काम नहीं चलेगा. वी नीड टू चेक दैट द पर्टिकुलर डेबिट क्रेडिट नोट इज रिलेटेड टू which invoice. Okay, although GSTN portal is not demanding the linked invoice, but we need to check the same. कहीं ऐसा नहीं कि वो 3 साल पुरानी invoice ला करके वो डाल रहा है, because at the time of departmental audit, at the time of litigation, you need to provide the linked invoices also. So we need to be very much careful for that. Next case study 11 number Inox Air Products Private Limited. In case of triple AR authority, Tamil Nadu has provided the decision. This is a very easy case study where services are received for construction of immovable property. Input tax credit cannot be claimed, same being restricted under section 17 subsection 5D or central goods and services tax. In that case, applicant has done one construction of immovable property, okay, and he is asking from the departmental authority, from the triple AR authority, that sir, I am eligible to claim the input tax credit on that immovable property. So यहाँ पर departmental authority has provided that sir, you are not eligible to claim the input tax credit on account of that immovable property, because the same is blocked under section 17 subsection 5 subclause number D. This is a very easy provision, very basic provision. We all know this fact, so I am not going to spend more time on this case study. Okay, sir. Now, next case study 12th number, where applicant operating as SEZ unit was engaged in export of goods. Input tax credit received from input service distributor laying unutilized due to export would be eligible for refund. Sir, in that particular case study, the decision is pronounced by again Gujarat High Court. Okay, in that particular case, SEZ unit has bought certain परचेजेस, ओके, और जब वो परचेज करता है, व्हेन वी आर गोइंग टू सप्लाई एनीथिंग टू एसईजेड यूनिट, एट दैट टाइम वी आर ट्रीटिंग दैट आई एम गोइंग टू सप्लाई दैट पर्टिकुलर प्रोडक्ट टू एसईजेड यूनिट एज ए एक्सपोर्ट, एंड आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू चार्ज एनी टाइप ऑफ जीएसटी इन दैट केस. ओके, बट नाउ सपोज एसईजेड यूनिट ने जो इनपुट रिसीव की वो एज अ आईएसडी रिसीव की, बिकॉज एसईजेड यूनिट की मल्टीपल ब्रांचेस हो सकती है, या फिर जो यूनिट है वो ऐसी लोकेशन पे लोकेटेड है जो स्पेशल इकोनॉमिक जोन है, और अदर जो उसकी ब्रांचेस है, ऑल अदर रिमेनिंग ब्रांचेस इन नॉन एसईजेड एरिया. ओके, इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस the head office is going to distribute the input as a ISD. In that case, SEZ is also going to get the input tax credit. And now SEZ unit is engaged in the export of goods. अब जब वो एक्सपोर्ट ऑफ गुड्स कर रहा है, इन दैट केस ही इज डूइंग दैट पर्टिकुलर एक्सपोर्ट एज अ without payment of IGST. There is no payment of IGST, so there is a accumulated balance of input tax credit in the electronic credit ledger of that SEZ unit. In that case, question is that can that SEZ unit is eligible to claim the refund of input tax credit. यहाँ पर डिपार्टमेंटल अथॉरिटी ने मना कर दिया कि सर यू आर नॉट एलिजिबल टू क्लेम द रिफंड ऑफ दैट अनयूटिलाइज्ड इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट, बिकॉज यू आर इन्वॉल्व इन द एक्सपोर्ट and you are buying that particular products which is also not chargeable to GST, because the same you are getting without GST. So in that particular case, you got that input from your head office as a ISD. So in that case, you are not eligible to claim the refund. But यहाँ पर Gujarat High Court has pronounced the decision, and Gujarat High Court has allowed that particular SEZ unit to claim the refund on account of that input tax credit, which is available in the electronic credit ledger in the ECL of that particular entity. So this is also a very much important and relevant judgment for us in case if one of our client is a SEZ unit and he wants to claim the input tax credit. In that case, if he is getting the input tax credit as a ISD and departmental authority disagree with that particular refund, in that case we can take reference of this case study pronounced by the Gujarat High Court. Is that okay, sir? Next case study number 13. New Nailband Traders versus State of Gujarat. This is also the case study in which decision is pronounced by the Honorable Gujarat High Court. Order blocking electronic credit ledger without evidencing existence of reasons to believe that input tax credit was fraudulently availed was arbitrary and error. यहाँ पर क्या हुआ in that particular case study? Departmental authority has no any evidence on which the departmental authority can prove that there is a fraud, involvement of fraud, and departmental authority has blocked the electronic credit ledger. Assessee has filed the writ petition before the Gujarat High Court, and after considering the fact, Gujarat High Court says there is no any figure fact finds by us that in that particular case we found any type of fraud. Hence, there is no fraud. So how you can block the electronic credit ledger? So यहाँ पर immediate order दिए गुजरात हाई कोर्ट ने to unblock that electronic credit ledger of that particular entity. So this is also an important case study for us. Suppose nowadays, in multiple cases, departmental authorities are going to block your electronic credit ledger. In that case, we can take reference of these case studies while appeal. मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूँ कि इस case study का reference आपको हाई कोर्ट में लेना है. You can take the reference of these case studies before appeal, at the time of appeal also. So this will be very much helpful for you, because जब हाई कोर्ट ने बोला है तो अपील में उनको कुछ तो इसका इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा. So these case studies are very much relevant for us. So this is also a good case study, an important case study. Sir, next case study number 14, Deepak and Company, Triple AR Authority, Delhi. What is the matter? What is the question? And what is the answer pronounced? Supply of food and beverages on board train is classifiable under heading number 9963, and GST is payable at the rate of 5% subject to condition that ITC is not availed. Next, supply of newspaper on board train is exempt from payment of GST in term of serial number 120 of notification number 202/2017. Sir, one my humble request to you, in that particular material we had provided maximum number of notifications. Okay, so in that particular case, if you found any issue, if you found any practical issue, if you found any litigation, then you just need to do one thing. You can check the same notification through that number. Okay sir, so in that particular case, Deepak and Company, वो क्या करते थे, रेलवे स्टेशन पर जो ऑन बोर्ड रेल है उसके अंदर वो फूड एंड ब्रेवरेजेस की फैसिलिटी प्रोवाइड करवाते हैं. हम लोग भी देखते हैं जब व्हेन वी आर गोइंग anywhere from train. In that case, कई सारे फूड एंड ब्रेवरेजेस वाले जो है बंदे वहां पर आते हैं और वो फूड एंड ब्रेवरेजेस की फैसिलिटीज वहां पर प्रोवाइड करवाते हैं. ही इज ऑल्सो रजिस्टर्ड अंडर जीएसटी. He has raised one question before Triple R Authority Delhi, that sir, what is the rate? What will be the rate of GST in that particular case? So here, Triple R Authority Delhi has pronounced that the rate of GST in that particular case will be 5%. And next, कि सर हम लोग है ना न्यूज़पेपर भी प्रोवाइड करवाते हैं. So in that case, what will be the rate of GST on that particular? So sir, this is through notification. If someone is going to supply newspaper in onboard train, in that case there is a no GST, exempt from the GST. Okay sir. 2 points important. Food facility at railway, 5% GST rate. Newspaper if provided at railway station on onboarding train, in that case also there is no GST, exemption notification is there. Next case study. Pronounced by the Madras High Court. Input tax credit cannot be disallowed on the ground that seller has not paid tax to government when purchaser is able to prove that seller has collected the tax and issue invoices to purchaser. Sir, as per the condition which is mentioned under section 16 subsection 2, if your supplier is not going to make the payment to the department to the government, in that case you are not eligible to claim the input tax credit. Okay, कई सारे केसेस में हमारे पास में नोटिस आते हैं, वी नीड टू रिवर्स द इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट बिकॉज सप्लायर हैज नॉट पेड द टैक्स. बट if there is a huge amount involved and you have sufficient documents available, in that case you can take the reference of judgment provided by Madras High Court. कितना sustain करेंगे I don't know. This is completely depend on the situation, the facts which what you are going to present in front of the authorities. But you can take reference of these case studies because in that particular case there is nothing special. He has the invoices, he has paid the taxes, and all the documents are perfect. And here Madras High Court has decided that if supplier has not paid tax, in that case there is no reversal. Departmental authority को बोला कि आप जाकर के उस supplier को पकड़ो. You need to detect that particular supplier and you need to proceed relevant proceedings against that particular supplier. So this is also a landmarking judgment for us. We can say this is most useful judgment in the particular scenario. Now, case study number 16. Manicare System India Private Limited Double AR Authority Maharashtra has pronounced its decision in this particular case, where applicant is supplying manpower who are applicant's employees. And in order to enable it employee to reach premises of client, applicant is arranged a 49-seater bus. Applicant is eligible to take the input tax rate of GST paid for hiring bus transportation with effect from 1/2/2019. Sir, I am a business owner. I have a multinational company. Okay, or for providing facility to my employees regarding transportation. Okay, from their residential place to the my factory premises. In that case, I am providing one. I am providing the transportation facility. For that purpose, I am contracted to one bus owner, or for that purpose, he is going to buy a bus. In that particular case, the capacity of bus is more than 49%. In that case, question is that he is eligible to claim input tax credit or not on that buying of that bus. So here, as per notification given, as effective from 1/2/2019, if someone is going to buy any bus, any transportation vehicle sitting capacity more than 13 for the transportation of passengers, in that case input tax credit is allowed. उस केस के अंदर यहाँ पर input tax credit allowed हो जाएगी. So from 1/2/2019, if the sitting capacity is more than 13, in that case input tax credit is allowed. So this is also an important case study for us. If any company is going to buy a vehicle for which the capacity is more than 13, and he is going to and the company is going to use that particular vehicle for transportation of passengers, in that case input tax credit is allowed. The same decision is pronounced by double AR authority Maharashtra, but the same is allowed from with effective from 1/2/2019. उससे पहले अगर कोई बस बाय किया है या फिर कोई ट्रांसपोर्टेशन व्हीकल बाय किया है, in that case input tax credit is not allowed. This is an also important case study. Next decision is pronounced by triple AR authority Tamil Nadu. When supply of lenses, frames, etc. by appellant is to distinct person being branches outside India, recipient is eligible for full input tax credit for supply to distinct person. Appellant may adopt value as provided under proviso 2 to Rule 28. Sir, just take an example of that particular situation. I am in Rajasthan and I am in the business of lenses and frames. अच्छा खासा margin है. So I am going to transfer that particular lenses and frames to my various branches which is located in Gujarat, Maharashtra and all that. Okay. So when I am going to do the branch transfer, in that case I need to charge certain value. Okay. Or the value should be decided as per the valuation rule, rule number 28 of CGST rules. Okay sir, we had discussed on that. जितने में वो मेरा branch office वाला है वो further supply कर रहा है, उसका 90% I can take the value, or I can take the open market value as per rule number 28 in case of distinct person. Okay sir. So फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन वाज दैट, क्या मैं यहां से ट्रांसफर कर सकता हूं? यस, ट्रांसफर कर सकते हो. सेकंड क्वेश्चन वाज दैट, क्या इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट डिस्टिंक्ट पर्सन को मिल जाएगी? दैट इज इफ आई एम गोइंग टू सप्लाई एनी पर्टिकुलर लेंसेज और फ्रेम्स टू माय ब्रांचेस, इन दैट केस ब्रांच इज एलिजिबल टू क्लेम द इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट. यस, ट्रिपल ए अथॉरिटी तमिलनाडु सेज दैट ब्रांच इज एलिजिबल टू क्लेम द इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट. थर्ड क्वेश्चन वाज दैट, व्हाट विल बी द वैल्यूएशन? As a head office, I am going to provide the same to my branches. In that case, what will be the valuation? So in that case, valuation should be as per the rule number 28 of CGST rule. That is what is the case study which is pronounced by triple AR authority Tamil Nadu. Okay sir. Now next, double AR authority Karnataka. Disposal of assets fastened to building on transferring possession to lesser free of cost shall amount to supply within meaning of section 7 and is chargeable to GST. Next, value of supply of goods fastened to building to lesser on which no consideration will be received will be determined as per the provision of rule number 27 of CGST rules. This is the question. First, I have a building and I am going to provide that particular building on lease. Okay, and for that purpose, I am getting the lease rent and I need to pay GST on that. I am already registered under GST. Okay, I have a building, I am going to provide that building on lease and I am getting the lease rent, and on that I need to pay the GST. This is the situation. उस बिल्डिंग के अंदर कोई ऐसा पार्ट है, उसका पोजीशन में ट्रांसफर कर रहा हूं किसको, मेरे लेसी को. इन दैट केस, if I am going to transfer that free of cost, in that case first question is that whether the particular transfer is treated as supply or not. So in that case double R authority Karnataka is pronounced that that transfer should be treated as supply. Second question, sir, अगर ये supply है, if that transaction, if that transfer is a supply, in that case what will be the value of that supply? So in that case यहाँ पर बोला गया you should decide the value as per rule number 27 of CGST rules. So rule number 27 वही open market value, like kind, like quantity, like quantity value, और अगर कोई साथ में प्रोडक्ट मॉनेटरी वैल्यू एक्सचेंज हो रही है तो उसके अकॉर्डिंग वी नीड टू डिसाइड, यहाँ पे वी नीड टू डिसाइड एज पर ओपन मार्केट वैल्यू और लाइक काइंड क्वालिटी और क्वांटिटी. और इफ आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू डिसाइड फ्रॉम ओपन मार्केट वैल्यू लाइक काइंड क्वांटिटी एंड क्वालिटी, इन दैट केस आई नीड टू टेक रेफरेंस ऑफ रूल नंबर 30 and 31, that is cost plus 110%. So that is what is the case study in which AAR authority Karnataka has provided the decision regarding lease of building. Next case study, Durga Project and Infrastructure Private Limited, pronounced by AAR Authority Karnataka. In respect of partially completed flats having identified customers before GST regime, applicant builder is liable to pay service tax under Finance Act 1994 proportionate to service provided up to 30th June 2017, and from 2017 onwards it is liable to pay GST proportionate to services provided effective from 1/7/2017 in terms of section 142. There is a partially completed flats are available. Partial completion is during the pre-regime period and partial completion is during the post-regime period, post-GST regime, that is in GST period. So in that particular case, service tax should be charged or GST should be charged. This is the question before AAR authority Karnataka. And there is ready customer is available. Okay, customers are available. So in that case, Honorable AAR authority Karnataka has provided the decision that in the proportion jitni building completed थी as on the date of 30th 31st 30th June 2017, उसके proportion के अंदर वहां पर सर्विस टैक्स लग जाएगा एंड देयर आफ्टर फ्रॉम 1st July 2017 proportion के अंदर वहां पर जीएसटी लग जाएगा. सो इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस proportion should be done in the ratio of completion, your service tax and your GST. Okay, the ratio, the proportion will be done on the basis of the time period. Okay, sir. So this is in case of partially completed flats. Readily customers are available. In that case, partial completion during the pre-GST regime and partial completion is post-GST regime. So proportionate the figure and then after charge service tax and GST accordingly. Next, in respect of partially completed flats where customers are identified after implementation of GST and agreement has been entered into before issuance of completion certificate from competent authority, applicant builder is liable to pay GST on transaction value of supply. Sir, now हमने बोल दिया GST should be paid on that partially completed flats. Okay, service tax before pre GST regime and GST post GST regime. Next question, व्हाट इज द वैल्यू, किस पे पे करना है. सो यहाँ पर AAR ऑथोरिटी प्रोनाउंस्ड दैट जो बिल्डर है और जो बायर है दे आर नॉट द रिलेटेड पार्टी and price is the sole consideration, hence your transaction value as per section 15 subsection 1 of CGST Act shall be treated as your value of supply and you need to pay GST on that value of supply. That is what is the decision pronounced in that particular Durga Projects and Infrastructure Private Limited case, pronounced by AAR authority Karnataka. Now, next. This is the case study related to service tax regime. So, and although this is not relevant at the current time, so I am going to ignore that particular case study. Next case study number 21, Humble Mobile Solutions Private Limited, Double AR Authority, Karnataka. Before taking that case study, I just need one assurance that everything going in the right way. You are getting my point, and the 20 case study which we had discussed is clear in your mind, and speed is also okay. Please comment in the chat box so that we can take the next case study. Now, Humble Mobile Solutions Private Limited, Double AR Authority, Karnataka. In that particular case, where applicant operates a technology-based electronic platform services called Drive U, which seeks to provide drivers on demand to customers who wish to obtain services of a driver. Applicant is not liable to pay tax for supply of services by driver through e-commerce platform operated by the applicant, but he is liable to pay tax on services provided to the drivers. Ola, Uber, and all that. Okay, just like Ola and Uber, one more technology-based platform is there, DriveU. Okay, named DriveU, and from that DriveU platform, I am a common man. I can book the ride. Okay, and I need to pay amount to that drive you, and drive you is going to pay the amount to the drivers. In that particular case, the question is that what will be the value of supply for the Humble Mobile Solutions Private Limited? Is the complete value which a common man is going to pay to the Humble Mobile Solution Private Limited is the value of supply? No. Humble's Mobile Solutions Private Limited is getting that amount from a common man. Suppose 150 rupees from a common man for a particular ride, and he is going to pay 140 rupees to that particular driver itself. That means he is doing that action as a pure agent in the capacity of pure agent. That means the remaining 10, that is the service charges, will be the transaction value for that Humble Mobile Solutions Private Limited in that particular case, and GST should be charged on that margin amount, that is 10 only, not on that amount on which he is doing, he is acting as a pure agent. Okay, sir. So this is also an important case study, which is very much relevant in case of cabs, Ola, Uber, and all that. Next, Supreme Court of India, Commissioner of Service Tax versus Bhana Builders Private Limited, case study number 22, where assessee provided commercial or industrial construction services value of material supplied free of cost by a service recipient to assessee was not to be included in gross amount charged by assessee for valuation of taxable services. Sir, judgments is pronounced by Honorable Supreme Court, so I am going to read the matter also. Section 15 of Central Goods and Services Tax Act, Finance Act 1994, value of supply, assessee provided commercial and industrial construction services for undertaking construction projects. Assessee not only rendered construction services, lot of material and goods were also used in construction of building and civil structure. Some of the goods and material were supplied or provided by the service recipient to the assessee free of cost. There is no amount charged by that particular service recipient. Assessee availed benefit of notification number 15/2004 ST dated 10/9/2004 as amended by notification number 4/2005 ST dated 1/3/2005 and paid service tax at the rate of 33% of the gross amount which it had charged from the service recipient. Adjudicating authority included value of material supplied free of cost by service recipient is gross amount charged by assessee for valuation taxable services under section 67. Whether value of material supplied free of cost by the service recipient to assessee was liable to be included in gross amount charged by the assessee for valuation of taxable services, held no. Sir, this is the case study related to our service tax, but we can use the same in our case, that is in GST. Suppose if I am providing the construction services, okay, or in that particular construction services I need to provide material also, I need to bought that material also, and I am getting certain material from the recipient free of cost. In that case I need to add that particular product in my taxable value or not? यहाँ पर जब कोई litigation होगा, departmental authority will say you should add that particular figure as per schedule 1 of CGST Act, okay, on the basis of fair valuation, because you are getting that particular product at free of cost. अगर आप कुछ amount में उसको get कर देते हो, you are going to add that particular figure, because हम लोग ये बोलते हैं ना, when on behalf of supplier, if recipient is going to make any payment, in that case we need to add the same in our value of supply for calculating. सो हेयर डिपार्टमेंटल अथॉरिटी विल आर्ग्यू कि हाँ यहाँ पर रिसिपेंट ने वो फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट प्रोवाइड करवाया है, बट अगर वो नहीं प्रोवाइड करवाता, इन दैट केस यू नीड टू बाय द सेम. So you need to decide the same as per fair valuation basis, and you need to add the same in transaction value at that time. You need to take the reference of the case study which is pronounced by the Supreme Court of India in case of service tax. Okay, sir. So this is also a landmarking case study. Although this is from service tax regime, but we can use in the GST case also. But we need to understand, we need to read the fact and circumstances carefully. Okay, sir. So very relevant, very important case study number 22. Next. Karnataka Solar Power Development Corporation Limited, AAR Authority, Karnataka has pronounced the decision in that particular case. AAR Authority, Karnataka has pronounced the decision. Sir, in that case, collection of land area development fund from solar power developers forming part of supply of renting leasing services is classifiable under SAC. Collection of land area development fund from solar power developers forming part of supply of renting and leasing services. Sir, ये जो एजेंसीज है, मल्टीपल एजेंसीज आर देयर एंड दे आर गोइंग टू एस्टैब्लिश द सोलर पावर्स. ओके, कई बार हम लोग विलेज साइड में जाते हैं और एट द टाइम वी आर फाइंड दैट विलेजेस के अंदर क्या होता है, विलेजेस के अंदर जब कोई वेकेंट लैंड होती है, वहां पर वो लोग सोलर पावर के जो पैनल्स है वो लगा देते हैं. दे आर गोइंग टू एस्टैब्लिश द सोलर पावर पैनल्स एट द वेकेंट लैंड ऑफ विलेजेस. ओके, इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस जब वो वहां लगाते हैं, एट दैट टाइम जो लैंडलॉर्ड है, ही इज ऑल्सो गेटिंग द lease rent. So in that case, if someone is going to provide their land for establishing the solar power panel and he is getting the rent more than the specified limit under GST for taking the registration, in that case that will be part of supply and GST should be paid on that particular rent. Okay, sir. This is the first situation. Second situation, collection of land area development fund forming part of supply of rental and leasing services provided to solar power development is not exempted under serial number. Second, उसने argue किया था कि the same is exempted. So यहाँ पर AAR authority ने बोला कि the same is not exempted under serial number 3 and 3A of notification number 12/2017 central tax rate dated 28/6/2017. Next, activity of giving directions by a committee for utilization of land area development fund collected by applicant does not amount to supply of services in term of section 7 subsection 1A. There is one committee is established. ओके, और अगर वो कमिटी वहां पर कोई कंसल्टेंसी सर्विसेज प्रोवाइड करवाती है रिगार्डिंग एस्टेब्लिशमेंट ऑफ द सोलर पावर पैनल, इन दैट केस जो कमिटी जो सर्विसेज प्रोवाइड कर रही है, दैट विल बी नॉट बी ट्रीटेड एज योर सप्लाई एंड जीएसटी शुड नॉट बी चार्ज. सर, conclusively I can say, if any vacant land is provided to that particular solar power for establishment of solar power panel and you are getting the rent from on that particular land, in that case the same should be treated as your taxable supply and you need to pay GST on that. Second question was that सोलर पावर पैनल जो ये प्रोवाइड करवा रहा है वो एग्जेम्प्टेड नहीं है. एंड थर्ड पॉइंट इज रिलेटेड टू देयर इज वन कमिटी इज ऑर्गेनाइज्ड फॉर suggesting for consultancy of solar power panel. In that case, if any services is provided by that particular committee, in that case that will not be treated as your value of supply, that will not be treated as your taxable supply. Okay, so that is what is the case study related to solar power panel establishment. Very important case study, because nowadays in current situation we are finding multiple solar power establishment. Okay, so this case study is also very much relevant for us. Next case study is related to our AAR authority Rajasthan. राजस्थान की भी केस स्टडीज आ गई. So now, where applicant is providing coaching services through channel network partner supply of package consisting of coaching material as well as goods and printed material and test papers, uniform bags and other goods to student when supplied for a single price is constitutes as a mixed supply and attracts highest rate of tax at the rate of 18%. Suppose I have a coaching institute. Okay. In that particular coaching institute, I am going to provide the coaching services, including the material, including the uniform, or including the all other necessary materials, necessary equipment, necessary things for a single price. I am just charging 50,000 rupees for the complete package. In that case, that should be treated as your mixed supply and GST should be charged at the rate of highest. So this is very much confusing. There is little bit difference between composite supply and mixed supply. We need to classify in a very good way, in a very interpretational way. So from that, I suppose कि इन केस स्टडीज के डिस्कशन से हमारी एनालिटिकल स्किल्स जो है यहाँ पर एनहांस हो रही है. सो दैट विल बी ट्रीटेड एज योर मिक्स सप्लाई एंड जीएसटी शुड बी चार्ज्ड एट हायर रेट. नेक्स्ट, where applicant is providing coaching services through channel network partner, applicant will be supplier of mixed supply to students and network partner will be supplier of services to the applicant. Sir, Sachin is a faculty. Okay. And Sachin is going to provide his consultancy, that is coaching services to the students. In that case, I am going to provide these services through Batuk. Okay, Batuk Academy. I am going to provide the services through Batuk Academy, through Batuk Academy. But in case Sachin Jain is going to provide the services to students, okay, in that case, what will be the value? So mixed value will be the services provided by Sachin Jain to students. GST should be charged on that. And now Batuk is going to provide services to Sachin for platform, just for platform, and Batuk is charging the platform fees. Okay, platform fees. Just suppose I am charging 50,000 rupees, so I need to pay commission of 3 to 4,000 rupees to Batuk. In that case, Batuk is liable to pay GST on that 3 to 4,000 only, and Sachin is liable to pay GST on that complete figure of mixed supply. That is what is the decision pronounced by double AR authority Rajasthan. So, if there is anything from e-commerce operating platform, in that case, this is my recommendation. This is my humble submission. First, you need first you need to take the agreement between the between the service provider and the e-commerce platform, and then after decide that what will be the implication. In that particular case, as per the agreement, situation was that कि यहाँ पर केवल जो e-commerce प्लेटफॉर्म है उसको केवल जो सर्विसेज वो सचिन को दे रहा है उसके ऊपर उसको जीएसटी पे करना है. सचिन नीड्स टू पे द टैक्सेस ऑन द कंप्लीट मिक्स्ड वैल्यू. दैट इज व्हाट इज द डिसीजन प्रोनाउंस्ड बाय द डबल एआर अथॉरिटी राजस्थान. नेक्स्ट, where applicant is providing coaching services through channel network partner, place of supply in case of supply to student is location to goods at the time at which movement of goods terminates for delivery to recipient, which is location of students of various cities. So place of supply will be the location of various students, but I am not going to provide the services to that e-commerce operator. Sir, analyze the difference. I am not going to provide the services to that e-commerce operator platform. I am going to provide services through that e-commerce platform. So the place of supply will be the place of that students to whom I am going to provide my services. Next, where applicant is providing coaching services through channel network partner, value of mixed supply to students shall be lump sum amount charged by applicant from the students. What will be the mixed value? जो lump sum amount charge करेगा एप्लीकेंट, वो वाला यहाँ पर क्या मान लिया जाएगा? वैल्यू ऑफ सप्लाई मान लिया जाएगा. सपोज आई एम गोइंग टू प्रोवाइड माय सर्विसेज थ्रू बटुक एकेडमी एंड द चार्जेस इज 50,000 rupees. So for mixed supply, Batuk Academy is charging 50,000 rupees. So here value of supply will be the 50,000 rupees will be treated as the value of supply because there is no related party and price is the sole consideration. So we can decide the same. Next thing, where applicant is providing coaching services through channel network partners, applicant will be eligible to take ITC of GST paid on goods or services used or intended to be used for business. I am going to provide the services through Batuk. So Batuk will also charge GST for the commission. So I am eligible to claim the input tax credit. Next, for the material, I need to pay certain things to someone. For the postage expenditure, I need to pay something to someone. Okay. For the uniform and bags, I need to pay to the others. So in that case, for that particular purchase, if there is any GST, in that case, I am eligible to claim the input tax credit also. That is what is the decision which is pronounced by double AR authority. Sir, एक decision में we had discussed 5 points. Okay, related to e-commerce operator. I hope this is clear in your mind. Now, we are going to take the next example. Triple AR authority Gujarat. Services of installation, upgradation involving traveling hours, working hours of overtime are naturally bundled and continue composite supply because without traveling and working overtime, service of installation and upgradation cannot be delivered. Suppose Mr. X is a software designer. Okay, and he is going to he is from Bangalore और हमारे यहाँ बटुक की जो नेटवर्किंग टीम है उसके अंदर कुछ इश्यूज आ गए. हमने उस बंदे को we had called to that Mr. X from Bangalore that sir please come and resolve the issue, and he is coming from Bangalore and traveling time is 1 day and he is charging the figure. Suppose he has prepared the invoices for 1 lakh rupees. In that particular, he has bifurcated that 10,000 is on account of my time loss on account of traveling. तो क्या वो भी उसकी वैल्यू का पार्ट बनेगा क्या? This is the question before triple AR Gujarat, triple AR authority Gujarat. So in that case, triple AR authority has pronounced that if there is any traveling time, in that case अगर वो traveling time में आप नहीं होते, in that case you can do certain things, so the traveling time will be your naturally bundled with your supply of service. क्या वो बैंगलोर से बैठा बैठा वो काम कर सकता है? नहीं. For performing the services he needs to come to the Jodhpur. So traveling is a must. That is the naturally bundled. That is we can say this is a composite supply and traveling time का जो उसका fair valuation पे निकाल करके उस पे भी GST पे करना पड़ेगा. That is what is the situation. Sir, are you getting the points? कैसे situation move हो रही है? Next, subcontracting of services, whether as a whole or part, cannot be included within purview of intermediary services. Sir, suppose बैंगलोर का वो बंदा बोलता है कि मैं नहीं जा रहा हूं, आई एम गोइंग टू सब कॉन्ट्रैक्ट दैट पर्टिकुलर वर्क टू जयपुर पर्सन. इन दैट केस क्या वो इंटरमीडिएटरी हुआ क्या जो जयपुर वाला मेरे यहाँ पे आएगा? नो, द सेम इज नॉट ट्रीटेड एज इंटरमीडिएटरी सर्विसेज. दिस इज द सब कॉन्ट्रैक्ट इटसेल्फ. ओके, इंटरमीडिएटरी कब होता है? इंटरमीडिएटरी कब होता? जब कोई काम, सपोज इंटरमीडिएटरी सर्विसेज ऑनलाइन इंफॉर्मेशन डेटा एक्सेस एंड रिट्रीवल सर्विसेज, इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस कोई फॉरेन और इंडिया है. One transaction, one entity is in domestic and another transaction and another entity is a foreign. ओके, उन दोनों के कोई कनेक्शन है, उनकी वजह से डोमेस्टिक एंटिटी कोई काम लेता है और वो किसी इंडियन पर्सन को वो काम प्रोवाइड करवा देता है. इंडियन पर्सन इज गोइंग टू कंप्लीट दैट वर्क. इन दैट केस वी कैन से दैट दैट इंडियन पर्सन इज एक्टिंग एज अ इंटरमीडिएटरी, बट इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस कंप्लीट पार्टीज इज इन इंडिया एंड ही हैज जस्ट सब कॉन्ट्रैक्टेड द वर्क. सो द सेम शुड नॉट बी कवर्ड अंडर द परव्यू ऑफ intermediary services. Next, where services are supplied at site of customer of foreign company in India, place of supply being in India, transaction is not covered under export of services. Suppose फॉरेन कंपनी का कोई ऑफिस यहाँ पे सिचुएटेड है और वहां पर कुछ टेक्निकल इश्यूज आ जाता है. इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस द एप्लीकेंट हैज आस्क्ड द क्वेश्चन दैट देयर इज अ ब्रांच ऑफिस ऑफ अ फॉरेन एंटिटी, and on that particular branch office if I am going to perform any services, in that case the same should be treated as export or not. So in that case triple AR authority Gujarat has pronounced that the same situation is not treated as your export. Okay, sir, because your place of supply is in India, so the same is not treated as your export. This is decision pronounced by the triple AR authority Gujarat. Next, where foreign party makes payment to appellant in India, such party being person liable to pay consideration is recipient of supply. That is, where foreign party makes payment to appellant in India, such party being person liable to pay consideration is recipient of supply. ओके, जो रिसिपिएंट है वो क्या माना जाएगा, उसने कंसिडरेशन यहाँ पे रिसीव किया है, बिकॉज फॉरेन पार्टी इज गोइंग टू पे द अमाउंट. सो दैट इज व्हाट इज द सिचुएशन रिलेटेड टू अवर intermediary services, subcontract services, and related to the timing. The most important part is that first point, that is traveling time is to be included in the value of supply. As a departmental authority, जब हम ऐसी कोई चीज फाइंड करते हैं फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट्स के अंदर, तो we can ask that what about your traveling time, you had paid the GST on that traveling time, so we need to check the same. Or when we are going to finalize the 9 and 9C of our client, in that case we need to check the situations, so that at the time of litigation we can uh, save our client. Okay, sir. So this is also a very much relevant case study pronounced by AAAR authority Gujarat. Next, case study number 26. Triple R Authority Maharashtra. Sale of developed plot of land qualify as supply of service and GST is payable at 18% as same is preparatory part of activity of construction proposed to be undertaken on such developed plot. Sir, we had already discussed that if there is merely only land, in that case there is no GST. But if there is any land which is developed, already developed, in that case GST should be charged at the rate of 18%. So this is that is what is the difference between land and developed land. If there is any developed land, in that case GST should be charged. But if there is only land, in that case there is no GST should be charged. Okay, yes. If there is a developed land, in that case we need to exclude the part of land, that is one third. If there is no any mechanism is available, total value ka one third will be treated as your part of land. And if there is any mechanism is available, then in that case we need to calculate the value of land according to the calculation. This is the decision which is pronounced by AAAR authority Madhya Pradesh, that if you are going to transfer merely land, no GST. If you are going to transfer developed land post development, in that case GST should be charged. But GST should not be charged on the value of land, we need to calculate by one third. Okay, sir. So this is also an important case study. Next, decision pronounced by AAR authority Kerala. There is no IGST liability on sale of goods procured from China and supplied directly to USA. Sir, high CCL. I am in India and I am going to buy certain products from China and I am going to sell the same to USA. In that case, wo goods, wo product is not coming to the custom territory of India. In that case, there is no GST, because this goods is moved from non-taxable territory to another non-taxable territory, that is high C sales, and in that particular case, there is no GSTs applicable. The same decision is pronounced by AAR authority Kerala. The same is mentioned in the provision of law. There is nothing special. AAR authority Karnataka has provided decision in case of Adya Gold Private Limited, where applicant is dealing in second-hand jewelry and involving a supply of second-hand goods. Valuation of supply of second-hand gold jewelry which are purchased from individual who are not registered under GST without charging from, and nature of such goods can be made prescribed under Rule 32 of 5 of CGST rule, and thus GST is to be paid only on difference. Sir, jeweler is going to buy certain second-hand products and sell that particular products, and there is no GST on purchase of that second-hand goods, because जिससे वो buy कर रहा है वो खुद unregistered and he is not going to charge any type of GST. So in that case, this is completely a case of dealing of second-hand goods, buying and selling of second-hand goods. Jeweler is buying second-hand goods and selling second-hand goods. In that case, if GST should be paid on the margin money. Suppose he has bought the jewelry for 1 lakh rupees and he is going to sell the same at 1 lakh 20,000 rupees. In that case, he need to pay the GST on 20,000 rupees at the rate of whatever will be the rate which is applicable as per the product. Okay. But suppose he has bought the particular second-hand goods at 1 lakh rupees and he is going to sell the same as 80,000 rupees. In that case, the margin is negative and there is no GST if the negative margin in case of dealing of second-hand goods. Okay, sir. So this provision is also there in the law. Just this decision is supporting to that particular. So that will be the important case study also regarding the dealing of second hand goods. One question is there. Earlier example, we take services from consultant. As a service receiver, there is no liability at your hand. He is the service provider, he is making the invoice, GST invoice. So in that particular case, he needs to take care of it, he need to charge GST, he need to pay GST on the traveling time also. Okay, as a service receiver, you need not to do anything. Okay, you can say him that, sir, that for that traveling time you need to add something, because you are getting the additional input tax credit on that particular also. And you can do one thing, you just need to take the bifurcated invoice also. Okay, invoice should be bifurcated for the consultancy services, for their traveling time allowances, for their other allowances, so that it will be more convenient for you at the time of litigation, at the time of any departmental audit, because they are going to check the same. और अगर वहां पर भी कोई उसके उसके वहां पे भी कोई जीएसटी की लिटिगेशन होती है, इन दैट केस दे आर आल्सो गोइंग टू चेक द काउंटर पार्टी इनवॉइसेस. सो वी नीड टू टेक केयर ऑफ इट. Always in each and every case we need to take the bifurcated invoice from the particular service provider, so that it will be more convenient for us. We need to know that what is the component on which GST should be charged and what is the component on which GST should not be charged. Is that okay? Next case study. Decision is pronounced by Allahabad High Court, where assessee, while supplying LED parcels at Kumbh Mela of UP, had made a bona fide mistake in mentioning state name and PIN code of MP in destination address, as a result of which e-way bill generated as was of shorter time period, and in absence of any allegation that assessee was transporting goods for purpose of sale, order was to be set aside. इलाहाबाद हाईकोर्ट ने यहाँ पर डिसीजन दे दिया. दिस डिसीजन इज ऑल्सो फेवरेबल टू असेसी. हुआ क्या था? इन कुंभ मेला दे आर सप्लाइंग द एलईडी पार्सल्स. ओके, समवन इज कमिंग के साहब ये एलईडी पार्सल्स के मुझे जो है 100 पैक चाहिए. ओके, एंड ही इज फ्रॉम अनदर सिटी. ओके, अनदर सिटी नहीं, अनदर स्टेट. तो उन्होंने क्या किया, वहां पर केवल एमपी के पिन कोड डाल दिए. ड्यू टू दैट वहां पर ईवे बिल की जो टाइमलाइन होती है, दैट विल बी वन डे, कि भाई एमपी तो वन डे में पहुंच जाएगा. बट it was take around 4 days, और इन बिटवीन डिपार्टमेंटल अथॉरिटी ने वहां पर जो है गुड्स को पकड़ लिया कि आपका ईवे बिल तो एक्सपायर हो गया है, योर ईवे बिल इज ऑलरेडी एक्सपायर्ड, हाउ यू कैन ट्रांसफर दैट पर्टिकुलर मिस्टेक. इन दैट केस जो असेसी है हैज फाइल्ड द रिट पिटीशन टू इलाहाबाद हाई कोर्ट, एंड इन दैट पर्टिकुलर सिचुएशन इलाहाबाद हाई कोर्ट ने डिसीजन दिया कि यहाँ पर उसका कोई फ्रॉड करने का इंटेंशन नहीं था. दिस इज जस्ट एन मिस्टेक, दिस इज जस्ट एन एरर, एंड ड्यू टू दैट एरर वी आर नॉट गोइंग टू इम्पोज एनी ह्यूज पेनल्टी ऑन दैट. तो यहाँ पर इलाहाबाद हाईकोर्ट, ऑनरेबल इलाहाबाद हाईकोर्ट ने डिसीजन दिया कि देयर इज नो रिक्वायरमेंट ऑफ एनी टाइप ऑफ पेनल्टी, जस्ट रिलीज द गुड्स. ओके, सो पेनल्टी भी उन्होंने यहाँ पर वेव ऑफ कर दी थी इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस स्टडी प्रोनाउंस्ड बाय इलाहाबाद हाईकोर्ट. सर, we are also going to discuss on Satyam papers case study. Okay, so we are going to discuss 3 to 4 case study related to e-way bill. In that particular case, if your e-way bill got expired and in between the way, and there is any error in your e-way bill, and you are in situation to prove that there is no fraud and we are not going to erase any type of tax, in that case, with reference, by taking the reference of those case study, you can easily argue with the departmental authority, or you can easily argue at the time of appeal. So this is also an important case study from e-way bill point of view. Next, decision is pronounced by Honorable Gujarat High Court. Case study number 30, where competent authority has issued on assessee summary order in form GST DRC 07 dated 18/2/2021, demanding certain amount with specific direction to make payment in 30 days. Assessee contended before High Court that summary order was passed without following due procedure as prescribed under Section 74, and order had not been supplied to it. Competent authority was to be directed to provide reasoned order to assessee, and assessee was to relegate it to appellant authority, and all issues which had been raised before high court could have been raised before appellant authority. Sir, मैं हमेशा एक बात बोलता हूँ कि directly we are not going to file any writ petition to high court. We need to go into the appellant authority, appellant tribunal. Okay, this is our responsibility. when there is issue in that particular case, departmental authority has issued DRC 07. Okay, but departmental authority is not provided any type of opportunity of being heard. There was certain also procedural issue in that particular DRC 07. So here Gujarat High Court has provided the decision in that particular case that this DRC 07 is not to be issued by the departmental authority, and the matter is to be decided by the appellant authority, not by the our High Court. ओके, सो डायरेक्टली आप हाईकोर्ट में न जाए, एक छोटा सा मैटर है, इस छोटे से मैटर को वी कैन गो फॉर अपील आल्सो. ओके, इफ देयर इज एनी एरर, इफ यू आर नॉट गेटिंग द अपॉर्चुनिटी ऑफ बीइंग हर्ड, देन दिस इज वेरी सिंपल. वी फर्स्ट नीड टू गो टू द अपील सो दैट इट विल बी मोर कन्वीनियंट फॉर अस. वी कैन कन्वे अवर थिंग इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस स्टडी. जस्ट गुजरात हाईकोर्ट ने बोला कि इस केस स्टडी को अपील में फाइल किया जाए, एंड ऑन दैट पर्टिकुलर अपील अपीलेंट अथॉरिटी इज गोइंग टू डिसाइड द केस. ओके सर, सो this is also an important case study. Now, Toshiba India Double AR Authority Haryana has provided the decision in that particular case, where goods purchased by applicant are brought into India, and on sale of goods to foreign purchaser, goods sold are supplied directly from foreign seller without entering into India. Applicant is not liable to pay GST. अभी अभी हम लोगों ने एक केस स्टडी डिस्कस की थी, उसके अंदर भी यही हुआ था कि आई एम इन राजस्थान एंड आई एम बाइंग सर्टेन प्रोडक्ट फ्रॉम चाइना एंड आई एम सेलिंग द सेम इन यूएसए. In that particular case, that should be treated as high C sales, because from one non-taxable territory to another non-taxable territory, hence there is no requirement of GST, no question of GST. The same decision is pronounced by Double AR Authority Haryana. Next, Double AR Authority Maharashtra has pronounced its decision in that particular case study. Rule number 28 of CGST Rule 2017 can be applied to determine value of supply of goods by one distinct entity as defined under GST under section 25(4) to another distinct entity having same. In that particular case, यहाँ पर क्या हुआ था? One branch is going to provide the particular product to another branch. In that particular case study, Double AR Authority Maharashtra ने बोला, and question was that how we can decide the value of supply and what will be the value of supply. In that case, Double AR Authority has pronounced that you should decide the value of supply as per the valuation rule, rule number 28 of CGST rules. Sir, most probably this is very basic case study. If there is any question on valuation, in that case, we just need to check that the section 15 will be applicable or not. That is, price is the sole consideration and buyer and seller is not the related party. If section 15 is not applicable in that particular case, we are going to decide the value as per rule number 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. Okay, sir. So this is very basic case study. Moving to the next case study. Double AR Authority West Bengal, where Havana Municipal Corporation issued a work order to applicant for lifting and removing of daily garbages, etc. accumulated from waste dumping yards, etc. Applicant supply to Havana Municipal Corporation is exempt from payment of GST under serial number 3 of notification number 12/2017, central tax rated dated 28/6/2017. Sir, this particular applicant is going to provide the services to the municipal corporation, Havana Municipal Corporation, and the same the question was that the same is taxable under GST or not before the Double AR Authority West Bengal. So in that particular case, Double AR Authority West Bengal has pronounced that the same is exempted via notification number 12/2017 dated 28/6/2017. That means if any company who is doing the collection of garbage for any municipal corporation, in that case the same notification will be applied, notification number 12/2017. So we need to take care of this particular notification, where Havana Municipal Corporation issued a work order to applicant for lifting and removing of daily garbage, etc. accumulated from dumping yard. Applicant is making an exempt supply. Provision of section 51 do not apply. That means, sir, first question was that GST should be charged or not. So this is exempted via notification number 12/2017. Next question. I am going as a transporter, I am going to provide the garbage services to the municipal corporation. So in that case, TDS should be deducted or not? When there is no question of GST, when the supply is exempted, in that particular case, there should be no deduction of TDS. So we need to take care of it also. When someone is going to do the exempt supply, in that case there is no reduction of TDS by the governmental entity. Is that okay, sir? This is also an important case study from that particular point of view, municipal corporation and all that. Next, case study number 34. Double AR Authority Karnataka, where applicant being a portfolio manager provides portfolio management services and portfolio advisory services to non-resident Indian client. Question is, which is related to place of supply cannot be answered. So, sir, if you are going to make a wrong question in front of double AR authority, triple AR authority, in that case, the double AR and triple AR authority is going to reject your application for the question. We need to take care of it also, that double AR authority is not going to decide the place of supply related case studies. यहाँ पर क्या हुआ था, portfolio manager is going to provide their services to non-resident person and they are asking for the place of supply. In that case, double AR authority has provided that we are not able to decide the place of supply. We are not here for to decide place of supply. So in that particular case, we can say that the same is export of services, and we can pay with the GST or without GST by LUT and bond. Okay, sir. So here no decision is pronounced by double AR authority. So when we are going to file any question, in that case we need to check that the authority is eligible, the authority is entitled to decide the case or not. Okay, sir. Now, case study number 35. Decision is pronounced by triple AR authority Telangana. Forest permit fee paid by appellant to forest department being essential to move coal mined in forest area is not exempted under notification number 12/2017. Forest permit fee is classifiable under public administrative services with heading number 999113, liable to 18% GST, and same is liable to be taxed on reverse charge basis as forest department is not registered under GST. Sir, कई सारी जो कॉल माइनिंग कंपनीज होती है, वो लोग क्या करती है, दे आर गोइंग टू पे द फीस टू द फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट फॉर माइनिंग एक्टिविटीज. ओके, in that particular case they are going to pay the fees, that means the income for the forest department. So GST should be charged or not? Yes, GST should be charged because this is in the nature of fees. So in that case, forest department is not liable for registration. So in that case, the counterparty, that is the mining company, has to pay the GST under reverse charge mechanism, and mining company is eligible to take the input tax credit. That is what is the decision which is pronounced by the triple AR authority Telangana in case of forest department. So forest mining, we need to take care of this point in our mind. I suppose we are going to cover maximum situations in this session. Okay. Now, next case study on which decision is pronounced by the double R authority Goa, where applicant, a registered person is Goa, is a service provider of event management to clients in film shooting industry. Event management support services provided by applicant in Goa to a registered person in Maharashtra is governed under section 1271, and the same should be treated as interstate supply of services. Sir, in that case, गोवा में कोई रजिस्टर्ड पर्सन है, okay, the production है, and he is provide the event management services to the shooting industry, and shooting industry is in Maharashtra. So in that case, the question in front of double AR authority Gujarat Goa is that the same is to be treated as supply or not. So in that case, honorable double AR authority Goa has provided that the same should be treated as your interstate supply. Supply तो treat होगा, interstate supply treat होगा, because the service provider is in Goa and the service recipient is in Maharashtra. So the same should be treated as your interstate supply. Okay, sir. Now, next case study we have. Case study number 37. Double AR authority Karnataka, where applicant registered in Rajasthan awarded a contract to be executed in Karnataka in view of fact that application did not have any other fixed establishment other than principal place of business in Rajasthan from where supply was to be made. There was no requirement for a separate registration in Karnataka for execution of contract. Sir, this is a specific provision for the construction contractors. Suppose one construction contractor Mr. X is registered under Rajasthan under GST. And in that particular case, he got a contract from the Karnataka, and he is going to provide the supply of services in Karnataka. So in that case, whether he need to take the registration under GST or not, if there is a centralized billing, that is Rajasthan is going to do the billing, okay, and he is going to provide the services. If you are going, if you are not going to take the registration at that time, departmental authority will argue with you that you are going to perform the activities in Karnataka. So you need to take the registration because you are going to perform the activities, but at that time you can take the reference of the decision pronounced by AAR authority Karnataka in that particular case. But as per my opinion, if you are getting the construction contract in different state, in that case you need to take the registration for execution of that particular contract for doing that work, because the place of activity, the performance will be based on that. Okay, sir. So डबल आर अथॉरिटी ने अपना डिसीजन दिया, बट डबल आर अथॉरिटी कैन नॉट डिसाइड, डबल आर अथॉरिटी इज नॉट एंटाइटल्ड टू डिसाइड द प्लेस ऑफ सप्लाई इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस. In my opinion, the place of supply will be the Karnataka, and GSTN should be registered for that state also. Okay, sir. Now, next point from this case study. So this decision provided, okay, you can take the reference of it, but this is not more relevant as per my opinion. Next, where applicant registered under GST as works contractor and wholesale supplier in Rajasthan has been awarded a contract by a company in Rajasthan, is to be executed at Karnataka. Dealer in Rajasthan has to charge CGST and SGST when goods purchased by applicant and are shipped to project site in Karnataka under bill to ship to transaction. Suppose this is not in a construction contract, just for supply, just for supplying of goods related अगर contract है, in that case यहाँ पर क्या होगा, he is going to charge CGST or SGST because the another entity, the counterparty is also in Rajasthan, but work we need to do in Karnataka. Suppose I am in Rajasthan, the another party, counterparty is also registered under Rajasthan, but I need to perform the work in Karnataka. I need to supply the goods at Karnataka. In that case, the decision is correct. In that case, the party is registered in Rajasthan. I am going to issue the under invoice under bill to ship to model, billing to that Rajasthan entity and shipping to that Karnataka entity. In this case, the decision is pronounced by AAR authority. Okay, sir. So this situation is okay, there is no issue with that. If both the parties are in Rajasthan and the place of supply is outside India, that is outside the state, in that case, bill to ship to model will be charged. Next, where applicant registered under GST as works contractor and wholesale supplier in Rajasthan has been awarded a contract by a company in Rajasthan to be executed at Karnataka, and dealer in Karnataka has to charge IGST when goods purchased by applicant are shipped to project site in Karnataka under bill to ship to model. Suppose I am in Rajasthan, counterparty is also in Rajasthan, and to perform the services, I need to buy certain things from Karnataka itself. When I am going to buy the things as a works contractor, at that time, my supplier will charge IGST and bill under bill to ship to model, billing to Rajasthan and shipping to Karnataka itself. Sir, you got the point? This is the situation. I am in Rajasthan, counterparty is also in Rajasthan, and I need to do the work in Karnataka. First, we need to understand the situation. Then after, we need to decide the case according to us. And then after, we need to analyze that what is the decision which is pronounced by the departmental authority, so that it will be more helpful for us to decide the things. In that particular case, I am in Rajasthan and Karnataka, and I am providing the goods to Karnataka. In that case, I need to prepare the invoice under bill to ship to model, billing to Rajasthan entity, shipping to Karnataka. Suppose for performing that work, I need to buy certain things from any other supplier who is in Karnataka. In that case, he is going to issue me the invoice under bill to ship to model, that is billing to Rajasthan office and shipping to Karnataka. Is that okay, sir? These are the top 2 points which we had covered. Next, case study number 38. Decision is pronounced by AAR authority Karnataka. where applicant is performing services to support and facilitating selling, marketing, distribution of software products of its parent company in India. It is clearly in line with definition of intermediary, who is a person who facilitates supply of goods and services on both and attracting tax at the rate of 18%. Sir, what do you mean by this? Suppose there is a foreign entity, foreign company in outside India, and they appointed me to sell their software in India. That means I am doing the work as an intermediary. I am selling the product on behalf of that foreign company in India. That is, I am doing the work in the capacity of intermediary. And when I am taking that work in the capacity of intermediary, or when I am doing the work in the capacity of intermediary, in that case, rate of GST will be 18%, and the same should be considered as a intermediary services. So this is the clear from the fact of this case study that think advance ruling cannot be given on the issue involving determination of place of supply. In that particular case, what will be the place of supply? So this is not decided by the double AR authority Karnataka. Okay, sir. But I am registered under GST. I am doing the services as an intermediary on behalf of that particular entity. In that case, we are not going to count that particular as an export. Place of supply, although place of supply is outside India, but this should not be considered as the intermediaries, as the I am not eligible for the refund because this is not considered as export of services. I am doing the work as an intermediary. We had already discussed the same under the law part, that is OIDAR services, online information and data access and travel services. Is that okay, sir? Suppose this case study is clear in your mind regarding intermediary. Very important case study because बहुत माइनर सा फर्क होता है, बहुत माइनर सा डिफरेंस होता है. We need to classify the same according to the provisions of law. Next case study number 39 related to double layer authority Karnataka. Accommodation and restaurant services provided by applicant engaged in hotel business within premises of hotel to employ and guest of SEZ unit cannot be treated as supply of goods or services to SEZ unit in state, and said services constitute intra-state supply and are taxable accordingly. Sir, when we are going to read the provisions at that time, if any hotel is going to provide their services in SEZ unit itself, at that time we can say that the service is a export and no GST should be charged. But in that particular case, SEZ unit ने क्या किया, अपनी सर्विसेज ली इन द होटल प्रमाइसिस. ओके, होटल प्रमाइसिस के अंदर जाकर के ली एंड नॉट फॉर द ऑथराइज्ड ऑपरेशन एज पर द when we are going to treat any supply as an export in case of SEZ unit. In that case, the first requirement is that the services should be used for authorized operation only. In that particular case, जो होटल उन्होंने accommodation पे लिया है, hotel is going to provide the services to SEZ unit is not for the authorized operation. In that particular case, the services supplied by that particular hotel is not to be considered as export, and hence GST should be charged and transaction should be treated as intra-state supply. So this is the case study, important again regarding SEZ unit. Okay. If anyone is going to provide the services to SEZ unit, in that case, this is most relevant case study for us. Next, Triple AR Authority Maharashtra, where appellant and Indian companies providing back office support services to overseas companies. Client identify potential buyer and appellant provides back office support services after finalization of purchase and sales order. Appellant is acting as an intermediary, and place of supply is the location of applicant which is in India, and thus services provided by appellant are not zero rated supply. Sir, कई सारी कंपनीज है जिनके बैक ऑफिस इंडिया के अंदर है. दे आर डूइंग मल्टीपल वर्क इन इंडिया itself. So back office is maintained in India. So in that case, suppose there is a foreign company and उसका accounting का काम यहाँ पर मैं करता हूँ. Okay, so I am the intermediary and I am doing the accounting work on behalf of that foreign company for the Indian clients. That is, I am doing the work as an intermediary. सो इन दैट केस आई एम ट्रीटेड एज इंटरमीडिएटरी. सो जो सर्विसेज मैं अपनी प्रोवाइड करवा रहा हूं उस क्लाइंट को, दैट इज उस फॉरेन कस्टमर फॉरेन पर्सन को, इन दैट केस द सेम शुड नॉट बी ट्रीटेड एज एक्सपोर्ट. सर वन थिंग, Approx 4 to 5 case study we had discussed on account of that intermediary services itself. So that means whenever someone is going to provide their services as an intermediary, in that case the same should not be treated as export. ये अपने को clear होना चाहिए. We need to take care of it. When someone is going to provide the services as an intermediary outside India, in that case he is not eligible to claim the refund and the same is not treated as export. This is the point which we need to take care, because all the decision pronounced by the AAR authority and all the decision pronounced by the High Court, there are 4 to 5 judgments provided by various High Courts, and around 30 to 40 decisions provided by AAR authority and AAR authority in case of intermediary. The point is that if intermediary is there, in that case no export and no refund is claimed. Okay, sir. So I am just going to clear this point in your mind that in each and every decision this is happen. So we need to take care of it. Next decision is pronounced by the AAR authority Karnataka, where appellant was engaged in distribution of Volvo buses and trucks and providing warranty services to customer on behalf of Volvo Sweden. Repair and servicing of Volvo vehicles by appellant for Indian customers during warranty period would be an activity amounting to a composite supply of goods and services for Volvo Sweden, with principal supplies being supply of services. So this case study is related to the buying of buses. If someone is going to buy the bus or trucks, in that case there is a warranty period is also included. Okay, warranty is also there. In that case they are also charging certain amount for warranty. Okay, when we are going to check the bifurcation of the invoice, they are also charging that for that particular extended warranty you need to pay 3,000 extra. For that particular warranty with that particular piece, the amount is 10,000 rupees and all that. So the same should be treated as your composite supply. The principal supply is supply of services. जब मैं उसको सर्विस प्रोवाइड करवा रहा हूँ, उसके साथ में अगर मैं उसको कुछ दे रहा हूँ, that will be treated as my composite supply and GST should be charged at the rate of principal supply. Next question, whether place of supply is not a question on which an advance ruling can be shown, and question as to whether supply of services by appellant amount to export of services could not be treated. अब यहाँ पर क्वेश्चन ये था कि क्या इस सर्विस को एक्सपोर्ट ऑफ सर्विस ट्रीट किया जाएगा. सपोज Volvo is an outside entity, we all know. Okay, they are selling the buses in India and they appointed someone, Mr. X, as to provide the services. Okay, and he is also providing certain warranty. So we are going to add the same and that is treated as the composite supply. Now next question is that what will be the place of supply. So जब ये decide हो गया कि the same is intermediary, that is Mr. X is doing the things as an intermediary, in that case the same should not be treated as export and refund should not be granted. ये दो two things तो एकदम fix है. That means the place of supply will be India itself. Although in that particular case this is not the duty of AAR authority to provide the answer questions related to the place of supply, but this is the case study which is important for us regarding intermediary. Sir, nowadays there are multiple issues are available, there are multiple questions are available, there are multiple situations are available for intermediaries, so we need to be very much careful for that while dealing with the intermediary situations and with intermediary points. Next case study. Decision is pronounced by AAR authority Karnataka. Services of promotion and marketing of product of overseas clients is in nature of facilitating supply of product of overseas client and is appropriately classified as an intermediary services. Sir, same intermediary services. When someone is going to promoting and marketing of any foreign client, in that case also I am doing the same in the capacity of intermediary of that foreign entity. Hence, the same should be treated as intermediary and not to be treated as export, and no refund should be granted. Next, after sales support services being independent from promotion and marketing is not a composite supply. I am doing the promotion, बट आफ्टर सेल्स हो गया, उसके बाद में मैं उसकी सर्विसिंग का काम भी करता हूं, नॉट ऑथराइज फ्रॉम दैट फॉरेन एंटिटी, बट मैं उसकी कुछ सपोर्ट सर्विसेज भी प्रोवाइड करवाता हूं ऑन माय ओन. In that case, the same should not be treated as composite supply. If I am going to provide the support services on behalf of that foreign entity, in that case, we can say that this is a composite supply and treated as intermediary services. But if I am individually provide my services, In that case, that should not be treated as composite supply. Sir, how we can decide? So the complete decision will be based on the contract and agreement, the fact and figure which is mentioned in the agreement. So we need to take care of the agreement part itself. Next, determination of place of supply is not a question. So now again, question is that what do you mean by the place of supply? So the place of supply is not determined by the AAAR authority Karnataka. This is not the subject matter of AAAR authority. So this is also a very important case study on intermediary services. Sir, around 5 to 6 case studies we had already discussed. I hope that the intermediary concept is clear in your mind. Okay, sir. Now, double AR authority Uttarakhand की case study है. This case study is pronounced by the double AR authority Uttarakhand. In that particular case, where importer had already paid IGST on CIF value of imported goods, he was still required to pay IGST on ocean freight. Sir, we had already discussed on one case study similar to that. In that particular case, the decision is pronounced that if there is any freight, in that case, if the transporter has already paid the tax, in that case there is no requirement to pay IGST under RCM on that particular freight. But the decision is pronounced in double AR authority Uttarakhand. In that particular case, उन्होंने ये बोला कि if there is any ocean freight, in that case the same should be added in the transaction value and GST should be paid, IGST should be paid under reverse charge mechanism. That is what is the decision pronounced by the double AR authority Uttarakhand. Next, credit of input tax charged on supply of fixture and furnitures and AC and plant would be admissible under CGST and SGST Act, provided assessee had not claimed depreciation on tax component of the cost of capital goods and plant and machinery under the Income Tax Act. That means you are eligible to claim the input tax credit, but condition is that you had not claimed depreciation on that input tax credit part. We are already cleared that point in our mind because पिछले 5 सालों से हम लोग जीएसटी में काम कर रहे हैं. We know that if we are going to claim the depreciation on that input tax credit part, in that case we are not eligible for input tax credit, and if we are not claiming the input tax credit, in that case we can claim the depreciation on the input tax credit component or part. That is what is the decision which is provided by the double AR authority Uttarakhand. Most important part is ocean freight wala point important है. Second point, we are regularly following in our daily practices. I suppose this is not so relevant. Next case study pronounced by the Supreme Court of India. Decision is pronounced by Supreme Court of India. Decision number 44. In case of Hajj services rendered by Hajj group organizations, private tour operators, location of service provider, service recipient, and provision of service was in India, which was taxable territory. हज पे जाना है. क्वेश्चन इज दैट हज पे जाना है, हज इज आउटसाइड इंडिया, तो हज पे जाना है तो जो सर्विस प्रोवाइडर है इज इन इंडिया, service recipient is also in India, and provision of service, that means you are paying the amount to that Hajj organization for going to Hajj. Okay, so amount is also deposited here, invoice is also generated. That means recipient is in India, provider is in India, and the provision of service is in India. Hence question was that Supreme Court has decided that the same is in the taxable territory. First point is that the taxable territory or not. So Supreme Court has decided that the same should be treated as your taxable territory itself. Taxable territory itself. Taxable territory itself. Next, services rendered by Hajj group organization, private tour operators to Hajj was not eligible for benefit of exemption under क्लॉज 5A एंड क्लॉज 5B ऑफ मेगा एग्जेम्पशन नोटिफिकेशन. यहां पर वो क्या चाह रहे थे, दे वांट के वी आर गोइंग टू टेक द बेनिफिट ऑफ द नॉन पेमेंट ऑफ सर्विस टैक्स ऑन अकाउंट ऑफ द मेगा एग्जेम्पशन नोटिफिकेशन. सो यहां पर सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बोला कि यू आर नॉट एलिजिबल फॉर दैट पर्टिकुलर मेगा एग्जेम्पशन नोटिफिकेशन, यू नीड टू पे द सर्विस टैक्स. एंड द सेम केस इज implies in case of GST also, because the same situation is here. In that case also we are treating the same as a taxable territory and GST should be paid on that. Okay, they are not eligible for any type of mega exemption notification, and any type of exemption which is available in GST also there is no exemption is available. Now, service rendered by Hajj group organization, private tour operator were distinct from the service rendered by the specified organization with Hajj committee and therefore exempted granted to Hajj Committee of India was neither discriminatory nor violative of Article 14. That means यहाँ जो जो नोटिफिकेशन सर्विस टैक्स के अंदर आया था अंडर मेगा एग्जामिशन नोटिफिकेशन, दिस इज स्पेसिफिकली फॉर हज कमिटी नॉट फॉर द टूर ऑपरेटर्स. So both are different. So in that particular case, what is the conclusion from the Supreme Court of India? In case of Hajj tour operators, service recipient is also in India, service provider is also in India, and provision of services in India. Hence, GST should be charged. You cannot take reference of any type of exemption notification, and we can take reference of this case study in our GST also. If departmental authority is going to do the audit and they found that any tour operator is providing this type of services without charging GST on the behalf of that mega exemption and all that, in that case we need to take the reference of this decision which is pronounced by the Honorable Supreme Court of India. So sir, this is also an important case study. Decision is in favor of revenue. Okay sir. Now next case study is related to double AR authority Karnataka. Sir, just give me 5 to 7 to 10 minutes more so that after that we are going to take break. Okay. I just want we need to cover 50 case studies post pre-break, and then after we are going to cover balance case studies. Case study number 45, Double AR Authority, Karnataka. Separate registration is not required at project site in Karnataka for execution of work contract where supplier is having registration in Uttar Pradesh and service can be supplied using such registration charging IGST. Sir, mega exemption notifications was available in case of service tax regime. These are related to service tax point. In GST, there are no such type of mega exemption notifications are available. Okay. At the time of service tax, there was a list of negative list and mega exemption notifications. Now there is GST, no mega exemption notifications are available. Yes, there are certain exemptions are available related to notification, but we cannot say them as a mega exemption notifications. Merely notifications are available because there is no any bunch of notification available. GST and CBIC is going to issue the notification timely on time to time on the basis of situation, on the basis of circumstances. So we need to take the reference of it. We need to go to the CBIC website and we can download each and every notification from there. Also, I am planning for a book on the notification since 1st July 2017 till date कि हम उस book के अंदर सारे के सारे notifications को easy way में compile कर ले. Although we had started work on that and 50 to 70% book is ready. So very soon we are also going to share one more book on the notifications, various notification and circular under GST in a very simplified way. So mega exemption is nothing in GST regime. So in that particular case also, project site is in Karnataka and the party is registered under Uttar Pradesh, and he can charge the IGST and he is not taking the registration under Karnataka state. So as per my thought, this decision is also pronounced by double R authority Karnataka, but this should not be done because registration should be required. Where applicant neither has nor intend to have establishment in project site in Karnataka, applicant cannot take ISD registration there and distribute input service credit. So जब उसका कोई registration नहीं है कर्नाटका के अंदर, in that case how he can take the registration as a input service distributor. So this is a genuine thing. He is not going to take the registration as a input service distribution. Next उसका question था what will be the HSN and HSE code in this particular case. तो यहाँ पर double AR authority ने पूछा कि don't ask this question with me, with us, go to your chartered accountant, your expert and ask the question. Okay sir. So HSN, SSC and place of supply से related कोई question हो, in that case you need to consult with your chartered accountant and your experts who are not depend on the decision pronounced by the double AR authority and triple AR authority, all that. Next, case study number 46. Decision is pronounced by double AR authority Gujarat, where applicant is located in Ahmedabad, Gujarat, and it entered into an agreement with a company located outside India, that is located in Japan, to sell its machinery on commission basis. Service provided by applicant are in nature of intermediary services. and said service would be liable to CGST and SGST as per provision of section 9(1) of Central Goods and Services Tax, and assessee would be liable to pay GST at the rate of 18%. Sir, in that particular case, same as intermediary services, Japan की company ने बोला you need to sell certain machinery in India, and the applicant is going to sell those machineries in India. In that particular case, if applicant is going to sell those machinery in India, in that case they are providing the services as an intermediary, and CGST SGST should be charged at the rate of 18%. We all know this fact. इतनी सारी केस स्टडी डिस्कस कर ली है इंटरमीडिएटरी से रिलेटेड. मुझे लगता है each and everything is set in our mind regarding intermediary, and this is the most debatable point in current scenario: input tax credit and intermediary. Next decision is pronounced by AAR authority Rajasthan. Rajasthan authorities कम decision आ रहे हैं, where applicant manufacturer of TMT steel bar is supplying same to RSC, which is in turn is selling them to G, who sell them to customer. Transaction between applicant and RSC will be covered under section 15. सर, यहां पर क्या हुआ था? एप्लीकेंट इज गोइंग टू सप्लाई द स्टील बार टू वन एंटिटी, एंड वन एंटिटी इज गोइंग टू सेल द सेम टू अनदर एंटिटी, एंड अनदर एंटिटी इज गोइंग टू सेल द सेम टू कस्टमर्स. Suppose I am the applicant, I am selling the goods to Mr. X, Mr. X is going to sell to Y, and Y is going to sell the same to the domestic consumers. In that case, question raised before AAR authority Rajasthan, that what will be the value of supply for the applicant, in between the applicant and the second party, that is Mr. X. In that case, AAR authority ने decision दिया. AAR authority Rajasthan has pronounced in that particular case, buyer and seller is not the related person, and price is the sole consideration. Hence, the value should be decided as per section 15 subsection 1. That is, the transaction value should be treated as your taxable value in that particular case. This is the decision which is pronounced by AAR authority Rajasthan. Next, where applicant engaged in manufacturing of TMT steel bar is supplying goods directly to registered customers. In that case, suppose I am going to sell that particular product to X, X is going to sell to Y, and Y is going to do the directly sell to customers. In that case, can I directly transfer the particular goods to the place of the customers? Yes, I can transfer by bill to ship to model. Question was that, and replies provided by that particular respective AAR authority Rajasthan, that you can issue the invoices under bill to ship to model. So this is also an important case study from channel sale point of view. Next case study related to AAR authority Karnataka. Supply of accommodation services to SEZ unit is an interstate supply under section 7, is covered under zero rated supply for authorized operation. If someone is going to provide the accommodation services which is authorized under the operations of SEZ unit, in that case the same should be treated as export, and GST should not be charged on that particular supply. This is the decision which is pronounced by the AAR authority Karnataka. Sir, most probably you got my point, because this is a very easy case study. We all know that if someone is going to provide accommodation services or other services which is as per the authorized operation of that SEZ unit, in that case that should be treated as your export of services. Next case study, very important decision pronounced by the Delhi High Court. In that particular case, physical verification of business premises for GST registration without issuing notices, violation of principle of natural justice. That means if any GST authority is coming to your business premises without giving a notice, in that case, as per the decision pronounced by the Delhi High Court, this is the violation of principle of natural justice. Pre-notice is required. सो दिस केस स्टडी इज वेरी 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 इंपॉर्टेंट. बहुत छोटी सी लाइन लिखी है, बिकॉज इसको वैसे ही समझ जाएंगे हम लोग, इसलिए बहुत छोटा सा लिख करके इसको कट किया है, बिकॉज दिस इज एन वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट केस स्टडी फॉर अस. ओके, इन फेवर ऑफ टैक्स पेयर. Next case study which is pronounced by the Delhi High Court. The Delhi High Court has held that goods and services tax is not payable on renting of a residential dwelling for the personal use. Sir, the same notification is effective from 13/7/2022. As per that, I am a registered person and I am taking any residential premises for my resident. In that case, as per the earlier notification, GST should be paid under reverse charge mechanism. But the notification issued on 13th 7th 2022, and through that particular notification, government has come up with that if someone is going to take any residential property for resident for the personal purpose, in that case there is no requirement to pay the GST. That is what is the same decision which is pronounced by the Honorable Delhi High Court in case of Seema Gupta versus Union of India case study. Sir, we had discussed on around 50 case studies. One more case study we are going to discuss, then after we are going to take a break. Sir, Jharkhand High Court has provided the decision in that particular case. What is the case? The Jharkhand High Court has adjudication order and held that the notice issued under Section 73 of CGST Act in the column of date, time, and value of personal hearing was indicated as the respondent as NA. Sir, this is also a very important case study. In nowadays we are getting multiple notices from the departmental authority, although this is a pressure on the departmental authority also, they need to issue multiple notices because system is reflected the same. So मल्टीपल टाइम वो लोग क्या करते हैं, पर्सनल हियरिंग के अंदर वहां पर एनए आ जाता है, कोई डेट नहीं होती है एंड ऑल दैट. इन दैट केस हम लोग तो नोटिस देखते ही सोचते हैं वी नीड टू प्रोवाइड द रिप्लाई एज सुन एज पॉसिबल, वी नीड टू प्रोवाइड द रिप्लाई एंड वी नीड टू क्लोज द मैटर. Sir, first check that notice is as per the law or not. So in that particular case, Jharkhand High Court has pronounced that if anyone getting the notice without the required details, that is in that particular notice, if there is no date, time, and value of personal hearing, in that case, how you are going to provide that particular person an opportunity of being heard? और अगर आप उसको अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं दे रहे हो, इन दैट केस हाउ यू कैन डिसाइड द केस. सो यहाँ पर झारखंड हाईकोर्ट ने डिसीजन दिया. झारखंड हाईकोर्ट हैज प्रोवाइडेड द डिसीजन दैट दिस नोटिस इज ट्रीटेड एज इनवैलिड एंड देयर इज नो रिक्वायरमेंट टू प्रोवाइड द रिप्लाई. And the same line is pronounced by our honorable finance minister, okay, before 2 to 3 days. So totally we had covered around 51 case studies, and all these case studies are very much relevant. Hopefully you got each and every point from that case studies. I had tried my best to simplify the things in such a way. So if you have any query, you are free to raise the queries in the WhatsApp group so that we can discuss on that also. And also if you want any discussion on any specific case study, you can comment in the WhatsApp group. I will prepare one small video. I will make one small video and put the same for your reference on my YouTube channel. You can take it from that also, and I will also share with you. So I'm just going to take a break for around 30 to 40 minutes. I will start the session at 1:45, sharp 1:45. So please come on time at sharp 1:45. We are going to start our discussion on remaining case studies. So there is a break for 30 to 40 minutes, and we are going to start session back around 1:45. So thank you, and please be on time sharp 1:45. We are going to start the session. Thank you, sir. So, good afternoon to all of you. So, we are going to again start our session on important landmarking judgments under GST. Just one confirmation from your side required that my voice is audible and PDF file is visible to you so that we can start the session. We can start our discussion on various case studies, the remaining case studies. Okay, we want to conclude our session on today and we have to cover each and every important case study, each and every landmarking judgment. So once confirm me that voice is audible and the presentation is visible to you. Yes, sir. So let's start our discussion now. Uh, we are going to start our discussion on certain very important case studies, very important case studies in a very easy way. Okay, so around 50 केस स्टडीज आर देयर दोज आर वेरी सिंपल लैंग्वेज में यहाँ पर दी गई है सो दीज केस स्टडीज आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट एंड वेरी इजी सो जस्ट स्टार्ट अवर डिस्कशन इन दिस केस स्टडी द डिसीजन इज प्रोनाउंस्ड बाय डबल एआर अथॉरिटी राजस्थान इन केस ऑफ एआरजी इलेक्ट्रॉनिकल्स प्राइवेट लिमिटेड एआरजी इलेक्ट्रिकल्स प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी अब जो सेकंड पार्ट है you got the material in two parts. Part one we had completed 10 to 15 entry certain decisions are pending. We are going to discuss on that, not an issue, but now the part two I am going to start my discussion. In that part the reading criteria is there: applicant, question, fact and submission, and final finding is there. Okay, so we are going to discuss in that way. Although I am going to share the example, and through those examples we are going to discuss the case studies. So sir, applicant is private limited company and question was there: determination of liability to pay tax on any goods or services qualify as works contract and rate of GST. सर यहाँ पर क्या हुआ था? ARG इलेक्ट्रॉनिकल्स प्राइवेट लिमिटेड, ARG इलेक्ट्रिकल्स प्राइवेट लिमिटेड इज गोइंग टू प्रोवाइड वर्क्स कॉन्ट्रैक्ट सर्विसेज टू द गवर्नमेंटल अथॉरिटी, टू द गवर्नमेंटल अथॉरिटी. इन दैट केस उनका फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन ये था कि हाउ वी कैन डिसाइड द टैक्स लाइबिलिटी एंड व्हाट विल बी द रेट ऑफ टैक्स, as we are going to provide the works contract services to the governmental entity, hence the rate of interest, rate of GST will be concessional rate, that is 12% through the notification, that is notification number 25 एक दो, notification number 1/2018 dated 25/1/2018. Here double AR authority ने बोला कि for that specific notification there are certain list is there and your activity, your transaction is not covered under that particular list, so you are not eligible for the concessional rate of tax. You need to pay the GST at the rate of, you need to pay the GST at the rate of 18%. You need to pay the tax of GST at the rate of 18%. There is no concessional rate is available in that particular case. Fact is there, AVBNL issues tender for supply of material equipment for providing rural electricity, infrastructure for household electrification in selected block, erection and testing and commissioning work. So the question for the double AR authority is that what will be the rate of tax. So यहाँ पर उन्होंने बोला कि rate of tax will be 18% because this is not covered under the list of the notification. So conclusion is that applicable rate of tax is 18% in that particular case. So from that case study we got that point that whenever someone is want to decide that the particular activity, particular transaction is covered under the concessional rate as per the notification number 1/2018 or not, so in that case we just need to download that particular notification, that is 1/2018 dated 25/1/2018 और उस नोटिफिकेशन को हमको चेक करना है. वी नीड टू चेक दैट नोटिफिकेशन दैट द पर्टिकुलर एक्टिविटीज, पर्टिकुलर ट्रांजेक्शंस आर कवर्ड अंडर दैट पर्टिकुलर, under that particular supply or not. We need to check these things. Okay sir, so this is an important case study from double AR authority Rajasthan in case of works contract services. Next case study is Clycraft India Private Limited, triple AR authority Rajasthan has provided the decision in that particular case. Question is that when director is going to provide their services to company, in that case reverse charge mechanism is applicable or not. Okay, when the director is full-time director or the director is part-time director, we need to decide. This is the question. Okay, the applicant has come to the triple AR authority Rajasthan and say that, sir, if director is providing their services to company, in that case applicability of RCM is there or not. This is the question. So the answer provided by the authority is that if full-time director, in that case, if he is getting commission, applicant pays RCM on such commission. Salary, company wants to know that RCM is applicable on salary or not. That is what is the question. So now, as per submission, that is submission by the applicant contention salary is covered under entry number 1 of schedule 3 of CGST Act 2017, hence neither as a supply of goods and nor as a supply of service, hence not taxable. Okay, that means applicant ने क्या बोला कि sir, as a director is providing their services to company. Okay, and company is paying salary, so there is no RCM. बट यहां पर ट्रिपल एआर अथॉरिटी राजस्थान ने ये बोला कि डायरेक्टर इज नॉट द एम्प्लॉय ऑफ कंपनी. व्हेन डायरेक्टर इज नॉट द एम्प्लॉय ऑफ कंपनी, देन हाउ यू कैन पे सैलरी टू दैट पर्सन? That means you are going to pay service charges to that director and RCM should be applicable. That means यहाँ पर conclusion ये है, if director in one company, only in that case GST RCM will be chargeable. Also part-time director in another company, RCM should be available. There is no effect that the director is full-time director or the director is part-time director. If someone is going to provide their services in the capacity of director, whether it is a whole-time director or whether it is a part-time director, RCM provisions are applicable. Company needs to pay the taxes under RCM. Sir, you got my point. These two case studies, one is related to works contract and second is related to the director, remuneration director, GST RCM on director. Is that okay, sir? Important case studies. Comment in the chat box that you are getting the points. Next case study is related to that a charitable trust. Next case study and decision provided by the Gujarat High Court. In that particular case study, एक charitable trust ने writ petition file किया गुजरात हाई कोर्ट में. Charitable trust has filed the writ petition to Gujarat High Court that, sir, we are doing the work as a charitable trust and we are providing our services, providing the medical products at a lower cost. Okay, so our margin is very less. So there is no so the GSTN should be required, or this is supply should be this transaction should be considered as supply of goods or services or not. In that case, honorable Gujarat High Court has said that there is no question of your margin. Although you are NGO, you are not doing the things for the profit, but you are making the supply, hence GST should be charged. That means conclusively we can say there is no any point of your margin on the basis of GST. If you are supplying something, although you are providing at a cost, there is no effect of that. If you are supplying, then you need to take the registration. If the your turnover got exceeded by the specified limit under GST, and you need to pay the taxes. Okay, sir. So that is what is the decision which is pronounced by the Gujarat High Court, Honorable Gujarat High Court, in case of Nagari Eye Research Foundation versus Union of India. Sir, three case studies done. First case study was related to our works contract. Second was RCM director. Third case study is related to our charitable trust, that is margin is less, whether GST is required or not. As per Gujarat High Court, GST is required. Fourth case study, Satyam Shivam Papers Private Limited and Assistant Commissioner pre-bake. We had I had already talked to you that we are going to discuss on a very important judgments regarding e-way bill. In that particular case, हुआ क्या था? गुड्स को ट्रांसपोर्ट में लोड किया गया. एप्लीकेंट हैज लोडेड द गुड्स इन द ट्रांसपोर्ट. ओके, और जब उसने ट्रांसपोर्ट में लोड किया, उसके बाद में वो गुड्स रवाना हुआ उसके डेस्टिनेशन के लिए. बट इन बिटवीन द डेस्टिनेशन देयर वाज अ there is dispute between two political parties. ड्यू टू दैट वो गुड्स डेस्टिनेशन पे ट्रांसपोर्ट नहीं हो सका. नेक्स्ट डे सैटरडे संडे होने की वजह से वो गुड्स ट्रांसफर नहीं हुआ. ऑन मंडे when the transporter is going to transport that particular goods, in between the transit, departmental authority has detained the goods and departmental authority ने बोला please provide your e-way bill. Then departmental authority said that your e-way bill has already expired, and your e-way bill has already expired, hence how you can transit that particular goods. तो उसने contention दिए कि sir, there was a political disputes was there, and also there was a Saturday Sunday, due to that I had taken that vehicle at my home, and now I am going to make the supply at the destination. Departmental authority is not going to agree with the contention, and departmental authority has make a impose a penalty of 59,000 rupees. In that particular case, party has assessee has taxpayer has filed a writ petition under Telangana High Court, and in that particular case Telangana High Court has said that departmental authority has to take care of the genuine situations. There is no fraud intention, there is not an intention of fraud by that particular person, and we need to take the natural justice, and we need to check the situation. Due to certain conditions, due to certain activities, he was not eligible or not possible for him to provide the goods at the destination, so that he had not transported the goods at the time. So यहाँ पर ऑनेबल तेलंगाना हाईकोर्ट ने 59,000 रुपीस के रिवर्सल का बोला, प्लस डिपार्टमेंटल अथॉरिटी के ऊपर 10,000 की पेनल्टी भी इंपोज की गई. सो टोटल 69,000 रुपीस पे बैक हुए उस एप्लीकेंट को, उस टैक्स पेयर को. सो इफ देर इज एनी इश्यू विथ ई वे बिल, in that case this decision is very special decision for we this decision is very much specific decision for us. This decision is very important and landmarking in case of Satyam Shivam Papers Private Limited versus Assistant Commissioner of ST and others, Telangana High Court ka decision. You should be take care of it. This decision is very much important. If you found any issue in case of e-way bill, you can take reference of this case system. 69,000 rupees penalty. Next, case number 5, that is FR Trade Links versus State of Officer, Kerala High Court ने यहाँ पर डिसीजन दिया है. The applicant was partnership firm, and his office is situated on the first floor of 3-story building. Partially completed. The building was partially completed. Departmental authority has go to that particular building for the physical verification. While physical verification, departmental authority says that this building is a partially completed, partially constructed. Although, and also there is no stock is maintained at the place of that registered place of that person, that is that partnership firm, FR Trade Links. So in that particular case, departmental authority has cancelled the GST registration of that particular partnership firm, due to that there was no stock is available, and the principal place is on the first floor of the 3-story building which is partially constructed. In that case, taxpayers filed a writ petition in Kerala High Court, and in that particular case, Kerala High Court has provided that decision that partially constructed or non-availability of stock is not the ground to cancel the registration. We had already specified certain grounds for cancellation of registration. These are the grounds which is available. If any taxpayer is not going to follow these grounds, in that case you can cancel the registration. In any other cases, you cannot cancel the registration, and in that particular case, Kerala High Court has provided that registration should be restored and direction should be issued to the revenue. So this is also a very important judgment, sir. Now, what is the condition in which department can cancel your registration? So a registered person has contravened such provision of the act and other road mail thereunder. A person paying tax under section 10 and has not furnished the return for consecutive 3 taxpayer, regular taxpayer, and not furnished the returns for a continuous period of 6 months. Any person who has taken voluntary registration under subsection 3 of section 25 must commence the business within 6 months, or any fraud or willful misstatement is there. In that case, registration can be cancelled. In any other situation, registration cannot be cancelled. So this is a very important judgment for us regarding the cancellation of registration. Okay, sir. So total 5 case studies we had discussed. Just once confirm me in the chat box that you are getting the points and everything is okay for you. Sir, I am waiting for your reply. Just provide me one confirmation that you are getting the point. The director wala point is okay for you, works contract point is okay for you, partnership form registration cancellation is okay for you. Next case study regarding deemed distributors private limited versus Union of India, and in that particular case study decision is provided by the Telangana High Court. Yes, sir. In that particular case, that particular partnership firm was involved in the fake invoicing. Okay, or during the investigation, department has come for the investigation, and during the investigation, वो applicant जो है डर गया, टैक्सेबल पर्सन जो है डर गया, उसने हाथों हाथ ड्यूरिंग द इन्वेस्टिगेशन टैक्स इंटरेस्ट एंड पेनल्टी का पेमेंट कर दिया. यहाँ पर डिपार्टमेंटल अथॉरिटी सेड दैट ड्यूरिंग द इन्वेस्टिगेशन इफ यू आर गोइंग टू मेक एनी पेमेंट, in that case we are not going to consider that particular payment as your payment towards that particular demand or towards that fake invoicing. So you need to again pay the amount. तो एक बार तो उसको प्रोसीडिंग वहां डिसकंटिन्यू करवानी थी, hence he had paid the taxes. Now he had filed the writ petition in Telangana High Court, and in that particular case Telangana High Court has provided that as per the law, during the investigation or in between the investigation, one can also one can also pay the tax interest and demand if any due to fake invoicing and on account of investigation. There is no issue with that. और यहाँ पर तेलंगाना हाईकोर्ट ने इंस्ट्रक्शन दिया, तेलंगाना हाईकोर्ट has provided instruction to the departmental authority to reverse back that amount to that particular person on which he had again paid the taxes. Okay, sir. So what is the case? During the investigation, can tax interest or penalty can be paid? Yes, you can pay. If departmental authority is again demanding the same, in that case you can take the reference of Dream Distributors Private Limited versus Union of India, Telangana High Court ki case study. This one is very much and landmarking case study in case of investigation, search and seizure. So we need to take care of it. This is specifically related to search, seizure and investigation. Okay, sir. Now, सर मैं जो एग्जांपल शेयर कर रहा हूं, मैं जो आपसे एक्सप्लेनेशन कर रहा हूं, आई एम गोइंग टू कवर ईच एंड एवरीथिंग ऑफ दैट पर्टिकुलर केस स्टडी. There is no requirement to read again those case studies. I just want to share the examples through that you can memorize the things. अगर मैं merely reading कर लूंगा या फिर आपको provisions बता दूंगा, in that case you are not mostly there is chances you cannot memorize the things. From that example you get the point, and whenever the practical situation is come in your hand, you can easily figure out that the particular case study is applicable in that case. Okay, sir. So my purpose is that now case study number 7, IIM double AR authority Tamil Nadu governmental entity. So first question is that whether IIM is a governmental entity or not, or TDS provision is applicable or not, or RCM is applicable on legal services received or not. So IIM is receiving more than 90% of it from central government. Okay, so we can say this is an governmental entity because Indian Institute of Management is receiving 90% of its funds from central government. So the AAR authority has pronounced that the entity is receiving 90% or more than a fund from central government. Hence, this should be considered as the government entity. Hence, it is liable for the TDS provisions. और अगर वो कोई legal services लेती है, in that case, the counterparty, that is the provider, that is in that case, RCM provision is applicable. That means the legal that entity has to pay the taxes, and TDS deduction की भी यहाँ पर लाइबिलिटी आ जाएगी। जैसे ही मैंने बोला कि द आईआईएम इज अ गवर्नमेंटल एंटिटी, इन दैट केस IIM is going to deduct TDS at the rate 2%, 1% CGST, 1% SGST. That is what is the specific case study on IIM, Indian Institute of Management. You can use that particular case study for reference for similar type of institutions and similar type of organizations. Okay, sir. Now, next case study is related to Messrs. Greenwood Honors Associates. The decision is pronounced by Madras High Court. In that particular case, regarding reversal of ITC in case of exempted and taxable supply. Sir, what is the case? Association collected contribution from members of rupees 10,000 as per circular number 109/28/2019 dated 22/7/2019. Monthly contribution in excess of 7,500 covered under HSN code 9995 and is taxable under GST. That means if any association is going to recover any type of fees or contribution more than 7,500, in that case on that excess amount GST should be applicable. So in that particular case the contribution is 10,000 rupees. Hence, on 7,500 rupees, there is no GST. On that 2,500 rupees, GST will be applicable. Hence, अब जो वो ITC claim कर रहा है, suppose that particular organization, that particular association is also going to buy certain products, bought certain products, and if the complete supply is exempted supply, in that case, he is not eligible to take the input tax credit. But in that particular case, the contribution is 10,000 rupees, 7,500 is exempted, and 2,500 is taxable. So he need to take the input tax credit. He is eligible to claim the input tax credit on the basis of rule number 42 CGST rules. That is what is the decision which is pronounced by the Madras High Court. This is also an important judgments for association club and the other association club and other type of organizations. Now, Allahabad High Court has provided the decision. यहाँ पर क्या हुआ था इस पर्टिकुलर केस के अंदर? Taxpayers generated the e-way bill, but the transporter has forgot to generate the part B of that particular e-way bill, and departmental authority has seized the goods in between the transit. In that particular case, यहाँ पर कोर्ट ने ये वाला डिसीजन दिया, रिलीज द गुड्स एज वेल एज व्हीकल एंड टेक सिक्योरिटी अदर देन कैश एंड बैंक गारंटी इक्विवेलेंट टू प्रपोज टैक्स। यहाँ पर ये बोला गया कि आप हाथों हाथ इसको रिलीज कर दो एंड यू नीड टू टेक द सिक्योरिटी। ओके, सो this is also my suggestion for departmental authorities when they are going to seize any goods. In that case, you can take the requisite amount of security and you can release that goods. Okay, because हो सकता है कि वो बंदा अपील लगाने की बात कर रहा हो या कुछ डिसीजंस वहां पे पेंडिंग हो या फिर कुछ circumstances ऐसी हो. So we need to check those circumstances also, and after that, after considering those circumstances and after taking the securities, we can release the goods, we can release the vehicle also. Okay, because in maximum cases High Court has provided the judgments in favor of assessee on account of e-way bill, because there are multiple errors. क्योंकि हम कुछ समझ सकते हैं बिजनेस में कई सारे फिल्टर्स होते हैं, so they are working and chances of clinical mistakes are there, so we need to take care of it. And this is also a very important judgments on account of e-way bill. Satyam papers wala important. New Shiva Transport Services versus State of UP is also an important judgment for us. Next, ट्रिब्यूनल ने यहाँ पर जजमेंट दिया है, assessee has taken restaurant and rent from Noida Golf Course and provides food to the member of Noida Golf, whether the services should be considered as restaurant services or outdoor catering services. यहाँ पर tribunal held that there is no personal interaction with the service recipient, and also assessees maintaining menu card prices were fixed for every item, hence services qualify as restaurant services, not as the outdoor catering services. In that case, suppose I am just going to take an example. हम लोग जब रेस्टोरेंट में जाते हैं उस समय क्या होता है, मेन्यू कार्ड होता है, you need to select the things and according to your selection you are getting the items and you are going to take the same and you need to pay the amount. That is called as your restaurant services. If I am talking from outdoor catering services, there is a marriage occasion in my home, In that case I need to talk to that caterer agency for the catering work. Okay, and I am going to provide the menu कि मेरे को ये खाने में चाहिए, मेरे को ये चीजें चाहिए, मेरी ये होना चाहिए, वैसा होना चाहिए. In that case that is called as outdoor catering services. So sir, when we are going to read the law or when we are going to read any case study, we need to understand the difference of each and everything. Now the vision is clear. What is the difference between outdoor catering services and restaurant services? And in that particular case in which tribunal has provided his decision, in that case he is provided the menu, you need to select the same, and according to your selection you will get the food. So that is called as your, that is considered as your restaurant services, and the same decision is provided by the tribunal. Okay sir, so this is also an important case studies. केस स्टडीज कई बार हमारे दिमाग को भी क्लियर करती है, कई सारे डाउट्स को भी यहाँ पर क्लियर हो जाते हैं. नेक्स्ट, Dinesh Kumar Agrawal, double AR authority, Andhra Pradesh has provided his decision in that particular case. Applicant, contractor, individual engaged in works of supply of goods and services also installing the same. Fact is that applicant is not a GTA, he is not issuing any consignment note, but he may avail transportation services from GTA, and its scope of work is procurement, supply of goods, transportation of goods from vendor, assemble, erection and commission. Submission. Applicant says that it is a stand-alone contract note related to his construction activity and also not related to GTA, hence not taxable. Here, as per section 2, subsection 119 of CGST Act, transportation charges received by the applicant is liable to GST as a works contract as per provision of section 2119, especially when the applicant is not a GTA. Suppose I am getting a contract for supplying certain goods, certain material to a counterparty. Okay, in that case, I need to provide that particular goods, particular material to that counterparty. So I needed to take the transportation services. In that case, I am going to the transporter and I am getting the transportation services. In that case, on that transportation services, I need to pay the GST under reverse charge mechanism. Is that okay? Second situation, suppose I need to transfer those product and I am registering myself as a GTA also, and I am providing that services through my GTA. In that case, there is no requirement. Okay, in that case, there is no requirement of GST because I am already going to add the same in my transaction value and I am paying the taxes. So both the situation, we need to check the scenario, we need to check each and everything clearly. Yes, in Noida case, the tribunal has provided, the Maharashtra tribunal, appellant tribunal has provided the decision in that particular case. Next case study is related to Ultratech Cement Limited, double AR authority Karnataka has provided the decision in that particular case. Ultratech Cement Limited manufacturing and supply of cement and allied product. Rate difference can be considered for Arabic transaction value or not. Ultratech Cement Limited is going to provide supply of goods to their authorized dealer on a principal to principal basis. Also, company will provide multiple discount to authorized dealer. The same shall be mentioned in the agreement. That means in that particular case study, Ultratech Cement Limited manufacturing and supply of cement and allied products. Okay, in that particular case study हुआ क्या था यहाँ पर, there are certain transaction for rate difference, discount and all that. The question is that whether we need to issue the financial credit note or the GST trade credit note or discount. So in that case, double AR authority of Karnataka has decided that if the discount is before moment of supply, in that case you can issue the debit note with GST or credit note with GST or rate difference with GST. That is, you can issue the credit note after adjusting the GST figure also. Suppose that discount is post your supply, but the terms has already been decided at the time of supply. In that case, also you can issue the credit note. But if you are going to provide the discount post supply, post invoice, after invoice, and the terms has also not been decided at the time of issue of invoice or before that, in that case you need to issue the financial credit note. You need to issue the financial credit note, you cannot issue the trade credit note. That means if you are going to provide the discount at the time of invoice, issue the GST credit note. If you are going to provide the discount after issuance of invoice, but the terms has already been decided at the time of invoice, in that case also you can go for credit note including GST adjustment. But whenever there is no any agreement is available, there is no terms, there is no decided any type of terms regarding that particular discount at the time of invoice, in that particular case you need to issue the financial credit note. This is the decision which is pronounced by the AAR authority Karnataka. Next case study is related to TP Ajmer Distribution Limited, AAR authority Rajasthan. Sir, this is the related to service tax case study. This is not GST tribunal. This is the case study related to services, but the same provision is applicable in case of GST regime also. The same provision is applicable in case of GST regime also. Next case study is related to TP Ajmer Distribution Limited. The decision is pronounced by AAR authority Rajasthan. In that particular case, TPADL company engaged in business of distribution of electricity in Ajmer city. Company received non-tariff charges whether taxable or not. Question is that company is receiving certain non-tariff charges, that is connection charges, connect and transfer charges, duplication bill charges. तो इन charges पे GST लगने वाला है या फिर नहीं? So in that particular case, tariff charges पे GST लग जाएगा because the same is not exempted under the notification number 12/2017. There is a specific notification number 12/2017 dated 28/6/2017. In that case, certain electricity charges are exempted, but the non-tariff charges, that is if you are going for the connection of that electricity, okay, and if you want to transfer your connection, in that case you need to pay the GST should be chargeable on that particular case. So on non-tariff charges, GST is applicable, but on electricity, GST is not applicable because the same is exempted by the notification number 12/2017 dated 28/6/2017. Sir, there is no requirement to memorize each and every notification. You just need to go through with that particular material. You will get each and every notification, most probably each and every important notification. Next case study in which decision is pronounced by the Honorable Delhi High Court. Landmark Lifestyle. Petitioner delays in payment of tax, hence officer demanded interest which was calculated on gross tax basis. So can gross tax basis पे interest की demand की जा सकती है? No. Government has come with the notification which is applicable from retrospective basis, in which the tax is to be the interest is to be paid on net tax basis. That means if you have electronic balance in your credit ledger, in that case there is no liability of interest on you. That is what is the same decision is pronounced by Landmark Lifestyle versus Union of India and others, and the decision is pronounced by Delhi High Court. This is also an important judgments. Okay, वैसे departmental authority has also idea about that particular provision. Although multiple time we are getting the notices on account of the interest on gross tax basis, at that time merely providing the reply, we just need to take the reference of one or two case studies pronounced by the High Court, so that it will be more convenient for us. So you can take reference of this case study. Okay, sir, regarding net tax basis. Next, ITD Cementation India Limited, AAR authority Rajasthan. Here applicant ने क्वेश्चन पूछा कि आई एम प्रोवाइडिंग द कंस्ट्रक्शन सर्विसेज, सो द रेट ऑफ जीएसटी विल बी 12% or 18%, और इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस द company is going to provide the services to the governmental authority. In that case, if they are going to provide the services to the governmental authority, in that case there is a concessional rate of GST will be applicable in case of works contract at the rate of 12%. Notification number 1/2018, that is dated 25/1/2018. We can take reference of that particular case study. So We need to check that the particular activities is covered under that notification or not. सर मैं जजमेंट्स आपके सामने रख रहा हूं. वी आर गोइंग टू डिस्कस ऑन ईच एंड एवरी जजमेंट. वी आर गोइंग टू डिस्कस ऑन ईच एंड एवरी सिचुएशन. बट योर सिचुएशन इज covered under any particular notification or not, that we need to check on the basis of situation. Okay, and if the same is covered under the notification, in that case we can take reference of the case studies and prepare our grounds on the basis of that argument. Okay, sir. So this is a very important case study on construction services. Now, next case study is of double AR authority Kerala. Next case study is pronounced by the double AR authority Kerala. Job worker engaged in procurement of material like textile, carpet, etc. Return finished product to supplier. In that case, what will be the rate of tax which is available, applicable? So in that particular case, suppose in case of textile, multiple persons are doing the work or job worker. I am doing, suppose I am doing the work of job worker, and for doing that particular job work, in that case I need to bought certain products from for that particular job work. हो सकता है molds, dyes purchase करनी पड़े, color chemical की मेरे को requirement हो, all these things. In that case, the question is that what will be the rate of GST? इन दैट केस व्हाट विल बी द रेट ऑफ जीएसटी? इन दैट केस यहाँ पर जो है डबल आर अथॉरिटी ने बोला कि रेट ऑफ जीएसटी विल बी 5% इन केस ऑफ जॉब वर्क. ओके सर, एंड द सेम इज बाय नोटिफिकेशन नंबर 11/2017 डेटेड 28/6/2017. Hence rate of GST is 5% in that particular case, so we need to take care of it on account of job work. So this decision is very much relevant in case of job work. Now, charitable trust running girls hostel. Decision is pronounced by double R authority Chhattisgarh. Whether services provided by trust is exempted or taxable. That is what is the question. Services provided by the trust is exempted or taxable. In that particular situation, trust is going to provide accommodation services to the girls. Okay, the hostel is particularly related to girls and hostel है तो accommodation services होंगे. That means rooms वहां पर provide किए जा रहे हैं. तो क्या वो exempted होंगे या फिर taxable होंगे? So we can say चाहे वो चैरिटेबल एक्टिविटीज है, अगर वो कुछ चार्ज कर रहा है, इफ दे आर चार्जिंग समथिंग, इन दैट केस जीएसटी शुड बी पेड. But for hotel industry, there is a specific provision is available if the tariff amount is below 1000 per day. In that case, the particular supply is exempted. There is no need to charge GST. So, in that particular case, the trust is charging 6000 to 7000 per month from per girl. In that particular case, the amount is less than 1000 rupees per day. Hence, no GST should be charged. The supply is to be exempted in that case. Sir, we need to take argument at that level. Okay, sir. We need to think from that point of view how we can argue with the departmental authority, how we can argue at the time of litigation. So this is also an important case study for hotel industry and in case of trust who are handling the work of hostel. Next, केस स्टडी नंबर 19 श्री नवोदित अग्रवाल डबल एआर अथॉरिटी छत्तीसगढ़ की केस स्टडी है. ट्रांसपोर्टर एंगेज इन ट्रांसपोर्टिंग सीमेंट एंड स्लिंकर. Whether GST charges on value excluding cost of diesel and including cost of diesel. That is what is the question. So, sir, we had already discussed that particular type of case study that the value will be the including of cost of fuel. Okay, क्योंकि बिना फ्यूल के क्या आप व्हीकल चला सकते हो, क्या आप ट्रांसपोर्टेशन की सर्विसेज दे सकते हो? So no, you are not able to provide the transportation services without vehicle. For providing the transportation vehicle, for providing the transportation services, you need vehicle. You need vehicle. Okay, that means in that particular case, vehicle is required and fuel charges should be added. Diesel cost incurred by the transporter will be part of the value of supply. That is what is the decision pronounced by the double AR authority Chhattisgarh. Next, double AR authority Maharashtra. In that particular case, Satsang Sadhana Kendra Charitable and Religious Trust. Whether GST on particular transaction applicable or not. Charitable trust is engaged in supply of spiritual books, DVD, etc. Whether considered as supply under GST or not. So, for that purpose, if any charitable trust is going to provide any type of books DVD, there is no any specific exemption notification is available. So there is no specific exemption notification is available, hence the same is taxable. Hence the same is taxable. That is what is the decision pronounced by the AAR authority. So we need to take care of it, because मल्टीपल टाइम क्या होता है कि जब हमारे पास कोई ट्रस्ट या फिर चैरिटेबल इंस्टीट्यूशन आता है, तो हमारे दिमाग में वो इनकम टैक्स वाला पॉइंट चलता है कि यार ही इज अ दिस इज अ ट्रस्ट एंड चैरिटेबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, सो देयर इज सर्टेन कंसेशन इज अवेलेबल अंडर जीएसटी और नॉट. No sir, there is no any concession is available under GST. No any specific notification is here for charitable trust and organization. We need to take care of it. Okay, sir. So this is an important case study also from just trust and charitable institution point of view. Next, केरला हाईकोर्ट ने यहाँ पर अपना डिसीजन दिया है. द एप्लीकेंट इज द पार्टनरशिप फॉर्म. Petitioner brought machinery from supplier. On the way, authority intercepted vehicle driver has e-way bill but not the copy of invoice, hence authority has detained the goods. Okay, there is no copy of invoice is available. In that case, यहाँ पर कोर्ट ने ये वाला डिसीजन दिया. Alternative remedy, court has ordered that take bank guarantee for the amount of goods and release the goods, then start your further proceeding. The same decision we have already discussed. Similar situation we had already discussed in another case law. In that case also high court had said that at that particular time of time, at that particular point of time, you just need to, you can take the security, and on getting the security, after getting the security, you can release the goods. Okay, sir. So this is important case study. If there is any seizure or there is any seizure in between the transportation, in that case, you can also take the reference of this case study. Next, appellant authority Himachal Pradesh has provided the decision. Engaged in plantation business and plant is exempt from GST. In that particular case, the decision is provided. Petitioner has sent machinery for repair without generating e-way bill during the transportation machinery. Detained by the officer on the ground that e-way bill is not available, hence Assistant Commissioner imposed a penalty of rupees 1,18,000 rupees. In that case, what is the submission? He was engaged in tax-free goods and also he is not liable for registration, but due to lack of knowledge of GST provisions, he has taken registration and filing nil return. In that case, what is the finding? What is the conclusion by the departmental authority? Mention on delivery challan not for sale, only for repair, not covered under the schedule 1 of CGST Act. GST on purchase already paid and no ITC claimed, hence penalty cannot be imposed. जब वो बंदे ने इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट ही क्लेम नहीं किया and he is going to send that particular plant and machinery for repair and the same is mentioned on the e-way bill, in that case how you can impose the penalty? The same has been mentioned with the invoice which is provided or the delivery challan which is provided. Hence, I am also again and again I am saying that when you are going to issue any type of goods for transportation, in that case, whether you are while you are issuing the invoice or the e-way bill or any other delivery challan or job challan, if there is any specific situation, then please mention the same in the note page of that particular e-way bill, delivery challan, job challan or invoice, so that it will be the foolproof evidence for you at the time of litigation, at the time of any type of business audit or departmental audit. So this is an important case study from e-way bill point of view. Next, Rajkumar Maheshwari versus Union of India in case of Gujarat High Court. The decision is pronounced by the Gujarat High Court. In that particular case, taxpayer has transported the pan masala and tobacco to the place of supply through vehicle. On the way, authority confiscated the goods along with vehicle because no proper document was found with the assessee. But assessee is willing to pay tax along with penalty, but officer is not ready for that. In that particular case, Honorable Gujarat High Court has said that an assessee is willing to pay tax and penalty. Honorable Court has decided as authority has to release the goods to assessee after depositing the penalty and tax, or he can also submit the relevant amount of security, and after getting the security he can release the goods. This is also a decision regarding release of goods pronounced by the Gujarat High Court. सो सर अप्रॉक्स 4 हाईकोर्ट्स के डिसीजन हम लोगों ने इस ई वे बिल के ऊपर देख लिए हैं। इंटरमीडिएटरी सर्विसेज के ऊपर भी हम लोगों ने डिसीजंस देखे हैं। इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट वी हैड ऑलरेडी डिस्कस्ड। ऑन टैक्सेबल वैल्यू वी had discussed on multiple decisions. Okay, on value of supply, on supply we had discussed, on time of supply, on place of supply we had also discussed. So I had tried that no topic, no case study related to a single topic in that particular GST should be undiscussed. Okay sir. Now next decision is pronounced by the Odisha High Court. Private limited company engaged in the business of construction of mall. Sir, in case if I am going to construct any immobile property for my business, input is allowed? No, input is not allowed. But in that particular case, they are going to construct a mall and they are going to provide that mall on rent. Okay, because on from by paying by providing that particular mall on rent, they are getting rental income on, or on that particular rental income they are going to pay the GST. Hence, in that case, Odisha High Court said that input tax credit is allowed it because the revenue, the income is only due to that mall. The renting income is only due to that mall. Hence, input tax credit is allowed it in that particular case. The decision, the judgment is pronounced by the Honorable Odisha High Court. Okay, sir. So this is also an important case study regarding construction of immobile property, or you are going to provide that immobile property on rent. Okay, sir. There is rental income in that particular case. Next, decision is pronounced by Karnataka High Court. If supplier has not paid the tax, if supplier has not paid the tax to government, is that buyer is not eligible to claim input tax credit as per section 16 subsection 2. So what is the court observation, what is the court direction in case of Karnataka High Court? This is the genuine transaction as well as bona fide claim. In many cases seller has deregistration, hence this is not the responsibility of buyer. So as per court decision, buyer can claim ITC without payment of tax by the supplier. So this is also an important case study in case your supplier is not going to pay the taxes. Okay sir. So but कर्नाटक हाईकोर्ट ने डिसीजन दिया, कुछ टाइम पहले हम लोगों ने गुजरात हाईकोर्ट का डिसीजन देखा था. सो डिसीजन इज प्रोवाइडेड बाय वेरियस हाईकोर्ट्स. सर, each and every decision is only based on the grounds. So we need to take care of it. We need to put our grounds in such a way that will that will trigger the mind of that judge, that authority. We need to take care of it. Next, next decision is related to double AR authority Kerala. Engaged in purchase and sales of food product like cake and etc. Entity is purchasing pre-packed foods from the supplier and the same has been sold to the end consumer. In that case, issue is that the same should be treated as supply of restaurant services or not. There is no kitchen facilities available. Sir, no kitchen facilities available. I am just taking the pre-packed food and selling that pre-packed food. That means I am doing the trading activities, not the restaurant services. And the same decision is pronounced by the double AR authority Kerala in the case of Square One Homemade Crates. Okay. So in that particular case, the same should not be treated as your restaurant services. The same should be treated as your trading part. Next decision, which is pronounced by the triple AR authority Rajasthan, registered in Rajasthan. Facts: registered person has taken hostel services from hotel situated in Haryana. Registered person has taken hotel services from hotel situated in Haryana. Hotel has paid CGST and SGST to the government. Registered person wants to claim ITC of CGST and SGST. यहाँ पर अथॉरिटी ने बोला ITC of CGST and SGST is available only if location of supplier and recipient is in same state. In the given case, location is not in the same state, hence ITC is not available in Rajasthan registered person. So if by that particular person he is going to charge CGST and SGST and you are in another state, in that case you are not eligible to claim the input tax credit. One option is there. You just need to say to that particular person that I am registered under GST and please update my GST on your record and file your revised GSTR1 return. In that particular case, IGST should be reflected in your GSTR2A or 2B return, or you can eligible to claim the input tax credit. But the decision is that if There is an interstate supply in CGST and SGST is reflected in your invoice. In that case, you are not eligible to claim the input tax credit. The decision is pronounced by Triple AR Authority, Rajasthan. Next, Double AR Authority, Maharashtra. Engaged in business of supply of motor vehicles. Quality Mobiquicks is receiving discount from authorized dealer for achieving sales target for that purpose. Dealer has issued credit note without adjusting price and GST amount on sales is chargeable to GST or not. Sir, this discount is related to achieving the targets. That means the discount has not decided. The discount has not decided at the time of supply. So in that case, if discount has not decided at the time of issuance of invoice, in that case, you are not eligible. In that case, you are not eligible to issue the credit note with effect of GST. In that case, you need to issue the credit or debit note, financial credit or debit note. Okay, sir. So in that case, this is clearly reflected that the discount has not decided at the time of issue of invoice. Hence, GST related credit note is not allowed it in that case. Next, case study is of Maharashtra Double AR Authority. Authorized applicant. Who is the applicant? Authorized dealer of Maruti Suzuki Limited. Question is that whether ITC is allowed on motor vehicle purchased for trial run of consumers. Sir, I am an authorized dealer, and as I am dealer, I need to maintain certain dummy cars, or I need to maintain certain cars, okay, for test drives. If I am buying cars for test drive purposes, in that case, input tax rate is allowed it because I am going to use the same in the course of furtherance of business, or I can say my business is only due to that particular car. मैं अगर टेस्ट ड्राइव नहीं दूंगा तो काउंटर पार्टी वहां जाकर के वो बाय करने के लिए थोड़ी आएगी. इसीलिए यहाँ पर डबल एआर अथॉरिटी ने यहाँ पर ये डिसीजन दिया in that particular case that if any car agency is motor vehicle agency is going to buy any cars for the purpose of test drives, in that case input tax credit on that particular car is allowed it. But situation but condition is that suppose post 2 to 3 year or 4 year, if they are going to sell that particular car, in that case they need to pay GST back on that car, calculate according to the provisions. Okay, sir. So this is decision which is pronounced by the AAR authority Maharashtra. A very important judgments in case of automotive industry, or we can say when someone is going to take the car for test drive purposes. If departmental authorities argue that input is not allowed, in that case one can argue with this case study. Next, case study number 30. Decision is pronounced by Kerala High Court. Decision is pronounced by Kerala High Court. Taxpayer has transported the goods to destination but driver has changed the route. अब उसने रूट चेंज कर दिया, तो यहाँ पर डिपार्टमेंटल अथॉरिटी ने, रेवेन्यू अथॉरिटी ने उस गुड्स को डिटेल कर लिया, एंड डिपार्टमेंटल अथॉरिटी ने यहाँ पर ये बोला कि आपने रूट चेंज कर लिया, हेल्स this is the contravention of provisional law and penalty should be imposed. आपके टैक्स अमाउंट की 100% penalty we are going to charge. So in that particular case Kerala High Court has provided the decision that mayor उसने अगर रूट चेंज किया, इससे कहीं पर भी साबित नहीं होता है कि यहाँ पर कुछ फ्रॉड है. Honorable Kerala High Court has said that from this situation we cannot say that the particular taxpayer has done any type of fraud. In that case, court has instructed to that particular departmental authority to release the goods immediately. This is also an important case study from e-way bill point of view. This is also an important case study from e-way bill point of view. We need to take care of this type of case study. Next case study, CGR gold trading. Decision is pronounced by AAR authority Kerala. Decision is pronounced by AAR authority Kerala in that particular case. Business of they are doing the business of testing of the gold products or ornaments. Okay, so in that case, question is that what will be the rate of GST, or what will be the rate of GST in case of gold job work? So what will be the rate of GST in case of testing of gold ornaments? What will be the rate of GST on job work of gold? So the question is that Here, applicant testing and certification of gold, rate of GST will be 18%. Job work, gold belonging to registered person, in that case rate of GST will be 5%, and gold belonging to unregistered person, in that case rate of GST will be 18%. That means the rate of GST on testing of the gold ornaments, rate of GST will be 18%. Job work on gold ornaments or gold, in that case if you are doing for registered person, in that case rate of GST will be 5%. If you are going to do that particular task for unregistered person, in that case rate of GST will be 18%. That is what is the situation. Next case study, Pitambara Books Private Limited versus Union of India. In that particular case, decision is pronounced by the Honorable Delhi High Court. In which, what is the decision? Business is related to manufacturing and trading of books. Manufacturing and trading of books. In that particular case, purchased the raw material from November 2017 to June 2018, and the petitioner has started export from June 2018. Petitioner wants to take refund of unutilized ITC in the month of June 2018 related to November 2018 to June 2018. सर्कुलर नंबर 125/44/19 dated 18/11/2019 impose restriction on claiming refund of two separate financial year. Authority provides combined refund of two or more month or quarter but not over financial year exported in June 2018 due to that refund of last year has restricted. In that particular case, court has observed this is a vested right of the taxpayer. Hence, refund should be granted to the taxpayer. High Court directed to GST authorities to accept the refund electronically or manually. Sir, from that particular decision, can I apply for the GST refund for two cumulative financial years? Suppose from Feb 2022 to April 2023 तक का क्या मैं refund claim कर सकता हूं for two financial year? Yes, the same is pronounced by the दिल्ली हाईकोर्ट, ऑनरेबल दिल्ली हाईकोर्ट. वैसे डिपार्टमेंटल अथॉरिटी इसको अलाउड नहीं करते हैं. एक फाइनेंशियल ईयर का रिफंड एक साथ में लगाया जा सकता है, टुकड़ों में लगाया जा सकता है ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ योर परम्यूटेशन एंड कॉम्बिनेशन, बट यू कैन नॉट अप्लाई फॉर अ रिफंड ऑफ टू क्यूमुलेटिव फाइनेंशियल ईयर्स. बट as per the decision pronounced by the Delhi High Court, one can file a refund application for two financial year also. So this is also an important case study from refund point of view. रिफंड के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से दिस इज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट केस स्टडी एट ऑल. नेक्स्ट डिसीजन इज प्रोनाउंस्ड बाय डबल एआर अथॉरिटी महाराष्ट्र. In that particular case study, planning to start a restaurant. एप्लीकेंट का क्या प्लान है? टू स्टार्ट अ रेस्टोरेंट. रेट ऑफ जीएसटी ऑन रेस्टोरेंट सर्विसेज. क्वेश्चन ये है कि व्हाट विल बी द रेट ऑफ जीएसटी ऑन द रेस्टोरेंट सर्विसेज. सो द रेट ऑफ जीएसटी विल बी 5% बिकॉज रेस्टोरेंट इज नॉट पार्ट ऑफ होटल. ऑल्सो देयर इज नो लॉजिंग एंड बोर्डिंग फैसिलिटीज अवेलेबल. सपोज देयर इज वन होटल इज अवेलेबल. ओके, कटिंग फैशन हॉस्पिटलिटी, वहां पर एक होटल है और होटल के अंदर ही दे आर प्लानिंग टू ओपन द रेस्टोरेंट. And question is that what will be the rate of GST on restaurant services? So here decision is pronounced by the AAR authority Maharashtra that hotel and restaurant is in the same premises and same entry gate. There is same premises and same entry gate is available. No need to exit hotel premises for restaurant. Okay, and hotel tariff more than 7,500 rupees. If restaurant situated in that particular hotel, in that case rate of GST will be 18%. No 5% rate of GST should be charged in that case. So sir, physical verification, physical situation of the hotel, restaurant or the entity, the your case is also depend on the physical situation. So we need to take care of it. In that particular case, अगर directly हमारा client हमको आकर के बोले कि we are going to open a new restaurant, so what will be the rate of GST? We are going to say that 5% is the rate of GST. But we need to ask, if the client is already in the hotel industry, we need to ask, sir, you are going to open that restaurant in your hotel itself? What about your entry gate? What about your exit gate? What is your tariff, hotel tariff? So we need to argue, we need to discuss with our client these type of funds, so that at the time of litigation, at the time of departmental scrutiny or audit, we are in the situation to provide the proper reply. So this is an important case study again regarding restaurant point of view and hotel industry. Next case study is in which the decision is pronounced by Guwahati High Court. So in that particular case study, during transportation, goods detained by the police authorities for that purpose of contention of police is that no proper document is found and fake signature is there. Hence, they seize the goods and vehicle. As per Section 67 of CGST Act, authority not below the rank of Joint Commissioner having reason to believe that there is a tax evasion or excess ITC availed, then they may seize the goods under Section 67. Sir, if the hotel tariff is less than 7,500 rupees, in that case, we need to do one to two things also. These three conditions are cumulatively applicable. We need to check that restaurant should not be situated in the hotel, or if the same is in hotel, then there is a separate facilities available for hotel restaurant. We can make differentiation between the hotel and restaurant. That is what is the mandatory condition. Okay, हो सकता है कि वहां पर कोई अलग एंट्री गेट मिल जाए. We need a entry gate, a separate entry gate. Someone is coming to only restaurant and take the services of restaurant and go back. Okay, there is no requirement to take the services of hotel. So we need to take these things in our mind at the time of decision. Not only the 7,500 condition is mandatory, your situation of hotel and restaurant and the situation is also important, and the practical implicability of cases according to the situation. Okay, sir. So we need to plan these things also. इन दैट केस कोर्ट ने ये ऑब्जर्व किया कि यहाँ पर जॉइंट कमिश्नर से नीचे का बंदा गुड्स को सीज नहीं कर सकता है. इन दैट केस पुलिस अथॉरिटी हैज नो पावर ऑफ सीजर एज पर द सेक्शन 67 ऑफ सीजीएसटी एक्ट बाय अथॉरिटी नॉट बिलो द रैंक ऑफ जॉइंट कमिश्नर हैविंग रीजन टू बिलीव दैट देयर इज अ टैक्स इवेजन एंड एक्सेस आईटीसी अवेल्ड, देन दे मे सीज द गुड्स अंडर सेक्शन 67. Hence goods and vehicles is to be released immediately. Sir, this case study pronounced by Honorable Guwahati High Court is very much relevant. कई बार क्या होता है, गुड्स हमारा इन बिटवीन द ट्रांसपोर्टेशन, ड्यूरिंग द ट्रांसपोर्टेशन अगर सीज होता है, वी आर जस्ट ट्राइंग हाउ वी कैन रिलीज द गुड्स, हाउ वी कैन रिलीज द व्हीकल. वी आर नॉट थिंकिंग ऑन दैट पॉइंट दैट द सीजर इज करेक्ट और नॉट. This is the point. So when there is any type of information that the particular goods has seized by the departmental authority, we first need to check the genuineness. We first need to check that the retention is as per the law or not. We need to check it. And after that, if everything is as per law, in that case we can provide our argument. We can pay the taxes, we can pay the penalty, required penalty and all that. But first we need to check the things. Next, Vedanta Limited, the decision is pronounced by Madras High Court, Honorable Madras High Court. In that case, export of goods with payment of IGST. That means, sir, export of goods with payment of IGST. Export of goods with payment of IGST. This refund granted for this amount. Due to foreign price variation, additional tax paid 2002, no refund granted for this amount. That means you are eligible to claim the refund for your taxable value of supply, original value of supply. If you are going to make any additional payment on account of price fluctuation in the dollar and all that, in that case there is no refund on that particular amount. Okay, sir. Grant refund within a period of 4 weeks from the date of receipt of copy of. So in that case, we need to check the things carefully. We need to check the things properly. This is the decision pronounced by the Madras High Court. Next decision is really very important, related to pronounced by the Honorable Jharkhand High Court. And in that particular case study, output tax liability under IGST had while paying had selected CGST or SGST. Multiple time हम लोग कई बार क्या करते हैं, we need to pay the IGST and we are going to pay the CGST or SGST instead of IGST, and we are going to pay the IGST instead of CGST or SGST. So in that case, डिपार्टमेंटल अथॉरिटी ने बोला कि आपने रॉन्ग टैक्स पे किया एंड यू नीड टू पे द इंटरेस्ट एंड ऑल दैट. यहाँ पर ऑनरेबल झारखंड हाईकोर्ट ने डिसीजन दिया कि you can adjust that figure. You just need to pay the IGST which you had not deposited, and you can take refund of CGST and SGST easily, and there is no requirement to pay the interest. This is a very important judgment pronounced by the Jharkhand High Court. because multiple time we got the notices regarding that the wrong head of payment of GST and department is demanding the interest. In that case, we can take reference of this particular case study that, sir, in case of wrong payment under wrong head, there is no requirement of interest as per the decision pronounced by the Honorable Jharkhand High Court. Okay, sir. Next case study is pronounced by our Bombay High Court. Sir, Bombay High Court has provided the decision in that particular case. Exporting perfumes. Director General of GST Intelligence has issued summon and provisionally attached bank account of assessee. Order of provisional assessment says proceeding initiated under 67 and 70 of CGST Act. Submission date of provisional assessment and date of summon is the same. Sir, in that case, बंदा कोई एक्सपोर्ट कर रहा है परफ्यूम्स का, इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस डिपार्टमेंटल अथॉरिटी इज गोइंग टू अटैच द बैंक अकाउंट ड्यू टू वायलेशन ऑफ प्रोविजन ऑफ GST, and with that attachment of property they are going to provide the summon on the same day. Is that possible कि without giving the summon they are going to attach the property? No. So in that case, Bombay High Court has immediately instructed to the departmental authority that, sir, you should provide the revised summon and you are not eligible to do the provisional attachment of bank account. You need to first give the opportunity of being heard to that particular person, and after giving that opportunity, if you are not satisfied and if you are not collecting the significant amount of tax, in that case, you can go for the provisional attachment of the bank account. So this is a very important case study regarding provisional assessment attachment of bank account. If there is any situation like this, in that case we can take reference of this particular case study. This particular case study will helpful for us. This particular case study is very much useful. In that particular type of cases, we need to take reference of this case study. Next, decision is pronounced by the डबल AR अथॉरिटी तमिलनाडु. इन दैट केस उसने कंस्ट्रक्शन किया मैरिज हॉल का ऑन इट्स ओन अकाउंट. इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस, क्वेश्चन इज दैट वेदर ITC इज अलाउड और नॉट. सो इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस उसने ये बोल दिया कि आई एम गोइंग टू कंस्ट्रक्ट द मैरिज हॉल ऑन माय ओन अकाउंट. In that case, there is no input tax credit is allowed in that case. ओके सर. सपोज वो बोलता है कि मैं इस बिल्डिंग को कंस्ट्रक्ट कर रहा हूँ फॉर रेंटिंग एंड कंप्लीटली माय रेंटिंग इनकम होने वाली है. इन दैट केस इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट इज अलाउड. बट यहाँ पर उसने बोला कि मैं मेरे खुद के अकाउंट में बना रहा हूँ. आई एम कंस्ट्रक्टिंग दैट पर्टिकुलर मॉल ऑन माय ओन अकाउंट. ओके, एंड occasionally I am going to provide that mall on rent also. So in that case, input tax credit is not allowed, but when he is getting the rental charges, he need to pay GST 18% to the government. Okay, sir. So in that case, ruling is that construction is on own account. जब आपने बोल दिया मैं own account पे construction करवा रहा हूँ, in that case ITC is not allowed. If वो ये argue करता कि I am going to construct that particular building for providing on rent, in that case input tax credit is allowed. So we need to take care of it. Okay. So this decision is pronounced by the double AR authority Tamil Nadu, very much important, and we got that fact that the decision of double AR authority, triple AR authority, High Court is completely based on the argument submitted by us. Next, case study number 14, no reversal of ITC in case of loss by consumption of input which is inherent to manufacturing loss, Madras High Court. Suppose I just want to take one example, and from that example I want to explain the situation. Suppose I am a manufacturing entity. And I am manufacturing a particular product, and for manufacturing that particular product I need to input 100 units of a particular raw material. Okay, and when I am going to input 100 units of that raw material, I am getting 80 final products. That is 20 is my normal loss. In that case, input tax credit is allowed on that normal loss. That is, I am eligible for that complete 100 raw materials. I am eligible for claiming input tax credit on that complete 100 raw material items. Suppose in that case, one modification is there. Normal 100 input, 80 my output, but due to an abnormal situation there is a abnormal loss of 20 units. That is, I am getting final product as 60 only. In that case 20 is my normal loss and 20 is my abnormal loss. In that case, GST is only allowed it on your 80. That is your normal loss. Abnormal loss पे आपको GST नहीं मिलेगा. That is what is the decision which is pronounced by the Honorable Madras High Court, that input tax credit is allowed in case of your normal loss, but input tax credit is not allowed on your abnormal loss. This is a important case study. Up sir, now what is the normal loss and what is the abnormal loss, how I can bifurcate? So this is completely depend on situation and this is completely depends on the ground. In front of the departmental authority or at the time of litigation, how you are going how you are going to provide the reply, this is completely based on you. Okay sir. Now next case study, triple AR authority Maharashtra. Activity of designing and development of tool as per specification indicated by recipient of supply and getting same manufactured from third party for eventual supply overseas customer amount to supply of goods not composite supply. Sir, what do you mean by this? Suppose someone is come to me and said that sir, I need a particular product. ओके एंड डिजाइनिंग दैट, मैं उस प्रोडक्ट को किसी दूसरे बंदे से डिजाइन करवाता हूं, बनवाता हूं, और फिर मैं उस पर्टिकुलर प्रोडक्ट को किसी थर्ड पर्सन को जिसने मुझे ऑर्डर दिया था, फ्रॉम होम आई गॉट दैट पर्टिकुलर ऑर्डर आई एम गोइंग टू प्रोवाइड दैट प्रोडक्ट टू दैट पर्सन. In that case, that should be treated as the supply of goods. There is no relation of job work because I am going to provide that particular person the particular product as per the specification provided by that person. अब मैं जॉब वर्क कहीं से ही कराऊं उससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है. सो दिस इज द डिसीजन विच इज प्रोनाउंस्ड बाय द ट्रिपल एआर अथॉरिटी महाराष्ट्र एज ऑन 20/1/2023. सर, around 41 case studies we had done. So this is my question from all of you, that everything is okay in your mind. इजी लग रहा है? सारी केस स्टडीज आर ओके, समझेबल है, सुनेबल है, मैनेजेबल है? Yes sir, everything is okay for you. Regarding ITC 01 Jharkhand High Court, ITC 01A Deepson's Auto Center versus Union of India. In that particular case, उसने normal timeline के अंदर ITC 01 फाइल नहीं किया था. So the GSTN has provided him an Jharkhand High Court has ordered for a facility to file the ITC 01 again. We had already discussed on that case study. Okay sir. नेक्स्ट केस स्टडी नंबर 43, डबल एआर अथॉरिटी वेस्ट बंगाल का डिसीजन यहां पर है. वी आर गोइंग टू डिस्कस द पॉइंट. कार पार्किंग अलॉटमेंट composite supply applicant assesses developing a residential housing project. Sir, what is this case study? एप्लीकेंट इज इन अ कंस्ट्रक्शन ऑफ बिल्डिंग. ओके, और जब वो कंस्ट्रक्शन ऑफ बिल्डिंग कर रहा है, एट द टाइम उसने कार पार्किंग का स्पेस भी बना दिया. ही इज ऑल्सो कंस्ट्रक्टेड वन कार पार्किंग स्पेस. ओके, एंड he is charging certain amount for using that particular car parking space. So the question before the double AR authority is that the same should be treated as composite supply or not. So यहाँ पर डबल AR authority ने यह डिसीजन दिया, aforesaid fact that such supply is altogether a separate service and cannot be treated as naturally bundled with the construction services. Hence, supply of service for right to use of car parking space is a separate supply and not to be as a composite supply of construction of residential apartment services. Further supply of service for right to use of car parking space would be taxable at the rate of 18%. This is related to the construction of building. If someone is going to construct a building and also providing the car parking facility, in that case these two services are different. So the car parking space के लिए अगर वो कुछ charge कर रहा है, if he is charging certain amount for that car parking facility, in that case separate 18% GST will be charged on that particular facility. That is what is the case study. Next, case study number 44. डबल एआर अथॉरिटी गुजरात ने यहाँ पर डिसीजन प्रोवाइड किया था. इनपुट टैक्स क्रेडिट अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ अपीलेंट असेसी इज अ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट एंड इज प्रोवाइडिंग कैंटीन फैसिलिटी टू इट्स एम्प्लॉय विद इन फैक्ट्री प्रीमाइसेस एज एन ऑब्लिगेशन अंडर सेक्शन 46 ऑफ फैक्ट्रीज एक्ट 1948 whether ITC is available to assessee on GST charged by service provider or canteen facility. Sir, today we had already discussed on that similar type of case study. If you are going to provide the canteen facility to the direct employees, in that case input is allowed. If you are going to provide the indirect employees, in that case input tax credit is not allowed. And if you are getting back certain amount from your employees, in that case you are eligible to claim the input tax credit on proportionate basis. तो ये चीज हम लोगों ने डिस्कस की थी एक सिमिलर केस स्टडी में. नाउ अगेन द सेम डिसीजन इज प्रोनाउंस्ड बाय द ऑनरेबल डबल एआर अथॉरिटी गुजरात. नेक्स्ट, Orient Trader versus Deputy Commissioner of Commercial Taxes, Karnataka High Court. This decision is pronounced in case of there is difference between GSTR 3B and GSTR 2A. In that case, Honorable Karnataka High Court has provided that due to technical glitches, अगर वहां पर कुछ गलती हुई है, in that case rectification of form GSTR 3B should be provided. Facility regarding the rectification of form GSTR 3B should be provided to the taxpayer. The same decision is pronounced by the Karnataka High Court in case of Orient Traders versus Deputy Commissioner of Commercial Taxes. This is also one of the relevant case study regarding the rectification amendment in GSTR 3B return, GSTR 1 return. Sir, जब भी कोई रिटर्न से रिलेटेड अमेंडमेंट से रिलेटेड केस स्टडी आती है, वेदर इट इज रिलेटेड टू GSTR 6, GSTR 1, GSTR 3B, 9, 9C, in that case you can use that particular case study, you can use reference of that particular case study in any type of return related technical glitches or return related amendment and return related rectification. Okay sir, so that it will be more useful for us. Next case study is of Tamil double AR authority Telangana. Construction services works contract. Applicant assesses caring of business of works contract in which they are executing some work which include beautification, construction of suspension, wood bridges, establishment of mini a tank bund area and construction of food court on land provided by Telangana State Tourism Development Corporation TDCL, which is a state owned entity. Applicant assessee seeks advance ruling on whether concessional rate of imposition of tax is applicable in that case or not, because he is going to provide the services to governmental entity. So sir, for your kind information, for that particular concessional rate, the word governmental entity and governmental authority has already removed, डिलीटेड फ्रॉम एंट्री सीरियल नंबर. जब वो कोई सर्विस गवर्नमेंटल एंटिटी गवर्नमेंटल अथॉरिटी को प्रोवाइड करवा रहा है और वो पूछ रहा है कि क्या मुझे यहाँ पर कंसेशनल रेट ऑफ टैक्स का बेनिफिट मिल जाएगा, वेदर आई एम एलिजिबल फॉर द कंसेशनल रेट ऑफ टैक्स इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस टू द गवर्नमेंटल एंटिटी एंड गवर्नमेंटल अथॉरिटी, इन दैट केस नोटिफिकेशन से वहां पर डिलीट कर दिया गया है गवर्नमेंटल एंटिटी और गवर्नमेंटल अथॉरिटी. हेंस if someone is going to provide any services, construction related services to governmental authority and governmental entity, in that case concessional rate of tax will not be available. There is, that is 12% rate is not applicable in that particular case. 18% GST rate will be applicable because the governmental entity and authority has already removed. Okay sir, that is what is the provision. So this is a specific provision related to our governmental entity and governmental authority. Now sir, regarding solar power generating system, important issue. I just want to discuss on that regarding solar power generating system, that what is in that particular case regarding solar power generating system. It is a works contract, it is a supply of goods, it is a supply of services, what is the what it is. Okay, so question is that in that particular case, solar power generating system is a immobile property or not, is a supply of service, is a supply of goods, is a works contract. That is what is the point. So I am just want to discuss this situation that immobile property होने के लिए क्या जरूरी है? What is the requirement for making any particular supply as a immobile property? That should be attached to the particular land. और अगर उसे लैंड से अलग कर दिया गया, in that case there is a loss. Okay, उसमें कुछ ना कुछ लॉस हो जाएगा. So this is a very important language. So I just want to read one by one each and every word of this case study regarding the determination of immobile property and what is the mean of that particular that attachment to the particular land. A solar power generator generation system generally has been understood to include a solar power panel module, controller, batteries, inverter, and lighting load. The electric power produced in the solar power is first supplied to the solar inverter, which is turn charges the battery bank and supply directly to the low voltage DC equipment such as laptop and LED lighting system. The inverter converts the stored DC power to high voltage AC for running larger electrical equipment such as washing machines, television, kitchen appliances. Typically, the solar power generating system is a superstructure attached to the land. Sir, a solar power is attached to the land. The question that arises for construction in such a scenario is whether a solar power generating system mounted on a superstructure attached to the land may be qualified as a immobile property. This is the distinct is necessary because while solar power generating system have been subjected to GST at the rate 5%, it needs to be analyzed whether the solar power generating system would be treated as goods or construction of such system would qualify as a works contract of immobile property, thereby be treated as a supply of service at the rate of 5%. Because if you are going to treat as a goods, in that case rate of GST will be 5%. If you are going to treat as a works contract, in that case rate of GST will be 18%. Departmental authority will always try to treat as a 18% product. We are as a taxpayer always try to make it as a 5%. So what we can do? Guiding principle for the determination of immobile property which have involved over the time. The mere fact of a system being attached to a earth does not lead to conclusion that the property is so attached that by the very fact of its attachment it becomes an immobile property. केवल उसका अटैचमेंट है, उससे आप ये डिसाइड नहीं कर सकते हो कि द प्रॉपर्टी शुड बी द इमोबल प्रॉपर्टी. अटैचमेंट ऑफ अ सिस्टम मस्ट बी सीन इन द बैकड्रॉप ऑफ द डिग्री एंड इंटेंटमेंट ऑफ द अटैचमेंट एंड द ऑब्जेक्ट एंड इंटेंशन बिहाइंड दैट attachment. Only attachment is not sufficient. What is the intent behind that particular attachment? The degree is also important. और अगर उसको वहां से रिमूव किया जाए, if I am going to remove that particular solar power plant from that land, in that case there is a structural damage to that particular part. In that case we can say that the particular supply, the particular product is a immobile property. So, thus, whether in a particular case a solar power generating system amounts to being an immobile property or not would need to be tested on the aforementioned test and their expectations. अपने को देखना है अगर उसको अटैच करें तो देयर इज अ स्ट्रक्चरल डैमेज और नॉट, या फिर उसको इजीली वहां से मूव ऑन किया जा सकता है. इफ वी कैन डू इट देन इन दैट केस दैट विल नॉट बी ट्रीटेड एज इमूवेबल प्रॉपर्टी. ओके. So, in the advance ruling in case of Giriraj Renewables Private Limited, Karnataka AAR, the applicants seeking the content that a solar power plant is not an immobile property submitted that the solar power plant supplied by a applicant is commissioned and installed only for the purpose of better functioning of plant and are capable of being removed and transferred from one place to another. Hence, the fact that the plant is firmly but not permanently attached to the land means that the same is not an immobile property. One argument is that. Another argument, the contract shifting, transferring the plant to another location in certain circumstances. Reliance was also placed on a chartered engineer certificate, which clearly provided that the solar power plant, if required, can be shifted to another location, is highly movable. Unfortunately, Karnataka authority for the advance ruling completely sidestepped the above argument and did not document any finding dealing with the foregoing. In my opinion, above our strong argument are likely to be succeed before High Court. Because उसके पास में चार्टर्ड इंजीनियर का सर्टिफिकेट है and he can prove that if I am going to remove that particular a solar power panel from that particular land, in that case there is no any structural damage. In that case, that should be not be treated as immobile property, that should be treated as supply of goods, hence the rate of GST will be 5%. But although AAR authority has not considered that fact, but we can go for appeal and we can go to the High Court in that case. So this is completely based on the situation and your argument. So from solar power panel, this point is very much relevant for us. From solar power panel, this point is very much relevant for us. Next, skill tech engineers query raised. The applicant was engaged in execution of work for the construction of power line, erection of transmission tower, transformers for Karnataka Power Transmission Corporation Limited. There was a single contract between the applicant and KTPCL, which had three connected agreements for the supply of material, erection, and civil work. The question before the authority was whether such contract was divisible contract for a supply of goods or services or a single indivisible works contract. First question is that divisible or non-divisible. Second question, applicant also sought clarification on whether it was entitled to GST at the rate of concessional, that is 12% or not, because he is going to provide the same to state government. So we can check that one tender is there. The applicant was supplying the material as also providing civil and erection of tower. Further, the three connected agreement had been awarded to the applicant in respect to a single tender notification and the journal terms and conditions. So it means it was further observed that KTPCL was a regulatory body which and created by the state government, could not be regarded as the government or the local authority for the purpose of concessional rate of 12% under notification. Hence, accordingly, it was held that the appellant was not eligible for benefit of concessional rate because it is an state ने उसको बनाया है, it is not an state entity. दैट मीन्स यहाँ पर नहीं एप्लीकेबल होगा वर्क्स कॉन्ट्रैक्ट के लिए 12% की कंसेशनल रेट इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस. Now, next case study is related to Allied Digital Services Limited. In that particular case, उन्होंने क्या किया, वहां पर जो है रोड के ऊपर सीसीटीवी कैमरास फिट किए गए, fitted the CCTV camera on the road, and question is that the same should be treated as immobile property or not. So in that case, AAR authority ने ये बोला कि इन सीसीटीवी कैमरा को इजीली वहां से मूव ऑन किया जा सकता है. AAR authority says that we can easily shift that particular CCTV camera from that particular place to other place और उनको डिजाइन किया जा सकता है, रीडिजाइन किया जा सकता है. दैट मींस उसको इमूवेबल प्रॉपर्टी ट्रीट नहीं किया जाएगा. दैट शुड नॉट बी ट्रीटेड एज इमूवेबल प्रॉपर्टी. ओके सर. सो दैट इज व्हाट इज द क्वेश्चन. उसको इमूवेबल प्रॉपर्टी ट्रीट नहीं किया जाएगा. और अनदर क्वेश्चन था कि यहाँ पर ये जो है गवर्नमेंटल एजेंसी को, गवर्नमेंटल एंटिटी को यहाँ पर सर्विसेज प्रोवाइड करवा रही है रिगार्डिंग एस्टेब्लिशमेंट ऑफ दैट पर्टिकुलर कैमरा सिस्टम. सो इन दैट केस द कंसेशनल रेट विल बी एप्लीकेबल बिकॉज द सेम इज कवर्ड अंडर द नोटिफिकेशन. सो द कंसेशनल रेट ऑफ 12% विल बी एप्लीकेबल इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस. Okay, sir. Now, next case study is related to NR Energy Solutions Private Limited. AAR authority ने decision दिया है, and the question is that the applicant was awarded a turnkey project by AP Transco for supply, installation, testing, commissioning of relay and protection panels with substation automation system at various sites and locations. The question before the authority was whether the same constituted a works contract or not. सो उसने यहां पर सप्लाई दिया है, इंस्टॉलेशन, टेस्टिंग, कमिश्नर, ऑल द वर्क्स आर देयर. सो इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस In that particular case, we can say that the complete design, manufacture of equipments, packing, insurance, transport, delivery of equipment, installation, testing, commissioning of various equipment at substation. The AAR authority further observed that all the three POs submitted by the applicant, the major part of contract is supply of goods for which the applicant received separate payment from its recipient. Further, the goods were being used by the applicant to provide services, installation, testing, commissioning of substations. Without these goods, the services cannot be supplied by the applicant. Therefore, it was held that the goods and services were supplied as a combination and conjunction with each other, where the principal supply is supply of goods. So, designing, packing, all other things are the ancillary part. The first part is your supply of goods, that is your principal supply. That means the same should be treated as your composite supply, not as a works contract. So इस केस में the AAR authority ने यहाँ पर बोला कि the supply of goods, designing, packing, all these things में goods is the principal supply and other is the ancillary supply. Hence the same should be treated as our composite supply, not as a works contract supply. That is what is the case study in which AAR authority has pronounced the decision. Sir, approximately we had discussed each and every case study. Approximately we had covered around 50 or 50 100 case studies in our today's session. Okay, and all the case studies are very much relevant for us. We had tried to cover each and every situation, each and every similar situation. For the provision, there are certain remaining entries, remaining judgments are also pending. Although, sir, everything is okay for you, just comment in the chat box that everything is okay for you. The remaining 30 case studies are similar provisions related to e-way bill, taxable value, and place of supply, value of supply. So just comment me in the chat box there is requirement to discuss on that, or you are going to discuss the same with yourself, and we will discuss on these on WhatsApp or through the query, because I want to give you certain tasks to read something from yourself, so that it will be more convenient for you to understand the things. Case study number 65 to case study number 100. I just want to confirm from your side that you are going to read these case study at your point, and we are going to discuss on the same on the WhatsApp group, or we can conduct a 1 and 1.5 hour session, or if you want I can continue the session. Just comment me in the chat box what do you want. As per my suggestion, you should read these case studies, because similar case studies we had already done. So around हम लोगों ने 170 case studies we had already covered. Just 30 case study I want that you should cover at your end, so that it will be more understandable job for you, so that you can easily understand the things. Sir, just comment me in the chat box on a fastest basis that we need to continue, or you are going to read these 30 case studies, and after that we are going to discuss on that. Sir, please comment your opinion in the chat box. Can we need to continue, or you are going to read the same at your end 30 case studies? I am waiting for your reply. So there are around 30 case studies are pending. This is my request to you. You should read these case studies. If you found any issue in these case studies, you can comment the same in the WhatsApp group, so that we can discuss on these case studies. And also, if you have any query, you can connect with me on call, or we are planning for an 1 hour session in next 3 to 4 days, so that it will be more convenient. My logic is just that you got each and everything, and I just want to try कि आपको लॉ की लैंग्वेज को एनालिसिस करना आ गया है, and you are eligible to analyze the language of law. Okay, sir. So for today, I am going to sign off. We will meet very soon. Okay, and thanks for your support. So please read these case studies.